What did I do great today? Peace, power, and profit to the greats. Wait a minute. I can't hear you. What did I do?
Can you hear me?
He dropped off. Oh, there go Brandon. Okay, cool. There you go. He popped back. He dropped off. I got the greats in the building. I got Brandon. I got Andre. I got Sonny. I got Marquise. What in the world?
Oh, snap. It's going to be a problem.
What's up, fam? Peace.
Peace, family, man. How you been?
I've been pretty good. How about you?
I've been good.
Okay. Andre.
He's probably
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? No, I'm just saying what's up to y'all, man. You know me, just being nosy and doing the Lord's work as usual. You know how I do.
Gotta change the show. Got to change the title. Hey, Drake. Listen, y'all don't know Drake got a podcast on Saturdays at 7.
Yeah, Sunday really, because we noticed that more people are home on Sunday, and yeah. So I haven't done it in 2 weeks because Obsession had COVID for the third damn time. But starting this Sunday though, we back at it like a crack addict. And then when I go to Europe in 2 weeks, I'm gonna interview some of Andre's Angels live from Europe. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm in Amsterdam, I interview a few women there. When I'm in Sweden, same thing there. And I think I might do a beeline to Paris. So it's gonna be interesting because I'm gonna show like how relationships work over there in comparison to here and vice versa.
Oh, that's gonna be nice.
But I'm gonna need you, Mo, on Saturday to tune in because I'm working on this topic about how the most beautiful women have the worst taste in men. So we're gonna do the Lord's work on Sunday, man. The Lord put a word in my heart for you ladies.
Hey, my man ain't ugly, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's what I'm saying. You the aberration, not you're the outlier, not the standard. So you get a pass. She said, "My man's ain't ugly."
What's up, Sonny? Sonny got his hand up. What's up, Sonny? Sonny, what'd you put your hands up for? I don't know what Sonny got going on. Listen, Drake, I'm just saying, don't be over here trying to put me out there.
Well, you kind of put yourself out there.
Boy, you fool.
You kind of put yourself out there. But the thing is, Bo, like, how can I say this? For an average looking black guy, I was lucky to have beautiful women in my life, right? And what happened was there's a direct line down the middle of the sand for how women treated me when I was the average looking simp to where I am the average looking like guy who understands their nature now. When I say they, meaning your female nature. So it's like, it's a total different dynamic. You understand? It's a total different dynamic now.
What up, Dre?
Hey, what up, Chris?
Yeah, shout out you out, bro. For that shirt, man.
Man, I'm sorry, man. I was listen, I took a date of myself today, called myself being a good Samaritan, and my mother ended up making me Tim Allen from Home Improvement. I done fixed the fence today, painted the whole side of the house, fed the cats. I'm literally just laying down now, man. And that's why I missed y'all interview. I was trying to catch it, but I literally had a drill in my left hand and cat food in the other and all types of things.
Yeah, boy, putting in work, man. Tim Allen.
Man, listen, I fixed a whole fence today by myself with a drill and 3 screws, brother. I don't know how I did it, but I did. But yeah, congratulations, man. I definitely got to fly to the north side and steal some shoes when you ain't looking. Because, Lord, you got more sneakers than me.
Yeah. But I told them, man, your investing prowess, bro, is very helpful, and the knowledge you give is very helpful. And I just wanted people to know, man, like to, pay attention to what you be doing and what you be saying. Because you know what you're talking about.
Man,
Opposed to,
I'm humbled by that, man. I
right
just
on.
like I told you like I told you and Mo from day one. I just want to help. I don't, you know me. I don't charge no one nothing. I don't proclaim to be none of these things that these people who we see on the internet be. But one thing I do know by me being lucky to travel the world is how money works. And right now, if you remember about this time last year, Reggie owes me an apology. A lot of these people who I'm keeping score, who said all this mumbo jumbo when I was telling you don't know what you're talking about, like, yo, I don't know, man. You know me, don't get me started. You know where I'm a Capricorn. You know how my mind works. I'd keep going.
Right.
And I gotta give my wife I gotta make sure my wife's tucked in before I go to bed. I'm tired. I ain't got it like I do. I gotta mass tag all my women right now. So, but nah, I mean, listen, man, we just learn from each other. And I try to give the more practical and pragmatic approach to people understanding how this thing works. The lottery ticket mentality doesn't work. And I always say, find your niche, invest what you are interested in. It's easier for you to kind of grow and grasp, you understand what you're doing and whatever it is, but one thing, myself, yourself, Mo, and whoever, African Emporium, Brandon, one thing we all do is say, well, do something with your money. Right. And that's the important thing. Do something. Understand that in America, you won't get anywhere without growing money. It's just how it's working right now. This is not where labor, let me see, 60s, let's say 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Up until the late 90s, money grew itself by just letting it sit in the bank and just having certain type of annuities. That doesn't work no more. You have to invest your money. I don't care what you do. Yo, invest in it. Invest in it. What you do is genius because your hobby is your income, is your passive income. Sneakers are your hobby. Sneakers are your passive income. That's a beautiful thing, right? And that's what we try to do is, inspire people.
Right.
Drake, so I know you say it all the time. I ain't gonna charge people. Listen, man, I'm so burnt out. They wear me out. I gotta charge.
Well, listen, I'm not in your case, but like your case, African Emporium, and even Chris, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Sister Angie, if I'm not mistaken, her name. I don't want to,
That's it.
I know y'all do your private consultations, right? And that's different because then you're actually, Capricorns, we're ruled by time and money. So your time becomes your money and vice versa. Like you have to sit there and teach people who are neophytes and really going to have more questions than actually understand it. Then listen, I'm not telling no one. I'm talking about from on a level of most of the time when you're on this channel, you're not selling courses or you're not selling packages or, hey, get rich quick with just 3 beans and $1 type shit. You know what I'm saying? What you're doing is literally working with the person on a one-on-one basis. Then you have the right to, have some type of compensation. You understand where I'm coming from? Because you're actually having consultation. Competence gets compensated. But when we're talking about general conversation, when it's just people in our inboxes just having, some people need to be sparked, right? Because they're scared. So some people might just say, Mo, what do you think I should do on this level? Or how do I open up a stash or Robinhood or whatever? I'm not going to charge you $100 to say, this is how you buy your first stock. So that $100 could have went to you buying a stock, right? So, that's just the balance of it though. I'm just saying that none of us are charlatans. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All I want to do is get rich and be able to take care of my wives and dodge my children. That's it. I don't ask for much.
Let me ask you, until Brother African Important comes on, because there's some stuff you want to talk about before he comes on. So I noticed another live today in reference to the cities and giving out their reparations. And how do y'all feel about this? Wait, Sonny on here. I think I don't know if that's what California is getting ready to do something in
Yeah,
reparations.
that is California. They just don't create more inflation. That's all.
Well, they
Well,
was talking
go ahead.
about the gas as far as them doing paying for the
Thousand.
gas. I don't know about as far as giving actual cash, but they were talking about voting to give people a card for, I think the gas is for about $1,000 per month or every few months. It was something to that effect.
What do y'all think about those cities who are doing the form of reparations in the form of the housing? Whether you like Chicago, for example, the city in Illinois that did the 25,000 needed repairs or purchase of a home in those areas where they think was affected.
Well,
I don't think it's enough.
well, well, it's definitely
That's
not
great.
enough, as Brandon said. Definitely not enough.
Right.
But politics is is the game, and government is how it's played. You know, if you understand the rules of engagement, understand what we have to do. Our problem is, I'm not gonna. This is the last thing I'll say about it. But our main problem is we're so fractured as a people within our own genre or lineage within this country that they don't take us seriously. And if you remember when we all first started to come together, I was the one to say, yo, we the bottom of the bottom. And look at us now, right? So, you know, we're just too fractured. If you look at us, instead of me saying, Chris, you my brother, I don't care what you think, or Mo, you're my sister, I don't care what you think, or Brandon, you're my brother, or Sonny, then it's like, no, I'm Aboriginal. Like, what? And then it's, oh, I'm Pan what? Like, none of that means anything when it's time for us to galvanize. You know, me and Chris, I remember about a year last year when these talks first started coming back up, how many of our friends from the so-called conscious community, oh, we don't need it because we're gonna buy Jordans. Well, let me just get my money first, and then you decide why I gotta buy Jordans with it, right? They always like chastising us before we even get anything, and this is our own people, our
Yeah.
own hue. So it's just like that's when I just stepped away from it because it's like the old saying in psychology, the trees thought it was all good once they realized that axe was wood. So as long as we cutting each other down, then it's like, all right, but we don't need it. So all right, so we're gonna cut each other down and then let everybody else get theirs, right? It's just weird, man. You know.
Yeah, I would say it's the emotional stress or the emotional aspect of it, as Dre was putting it, and then it's the dangling of the carrot in front of the rabbit, missing the carrot field right behind the right behind them. I mean, yeah, you're gonna give certain communities and cities, $50,000 to fix up their houses. Well, that's it, just $50,000. You got a state full of black people who needs more than house repairs.
Right.
Some needs better education for their kids. Some needs especially out here in the city in the loop. Some of them people need like healthcare badly. Like I went to a house today giving Trek supplies, and like literally when I walked in the house, I kid you not, there was about like 3,000 roaches all over the floor.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Like
you bring. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
yeah, I bring trait supplies to certain houses of the city, west side, south side, east side, all over the city, and like it's just sad seeing black people living in these conditions. And like these are solid black people, like these are educated black people that actually went to Malcolm X College out there, or they went to Morehouse and stuff like that. You see their diplomas on the wall of this rundown apartment. It's like, you serious? What happened? Why you on trait? I mean, why you need all this medicine? Why you need this? Why you need this wheelchair? Is that mental aspect of oh, okay, I got this degree. Well, I fell in debt. Well, I'm not able to get myself out of debt. Now I'm living like I'm living. And
Let me.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I want to add to what you're saying, Brandon. What you're saying is so true that Oh my God, it's tear dropping. I try not to cry just thinking about it, because I'm trying to help people now. Same like you said, this ain't people who fell by the way. It's just people who either got injured while working or they retired and they're on a fixed income, and they're in those areas where land was either passed down or willed it down to them, and that it is bad. You talking about 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 100-year-old homes, and 25,000, I could tell you right now, is barely going to tip the iceberg. Yeah. Go ahead, Brandy.
I thought you was breaking up a little bit. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm saying I'm doing home repairs now. So they have programs. The reason I brought up the housing repair piece of it, the reparations from that perspective, because a lot of the cities are adapting that angle. And from what I'm seeing right now, the home, if you're going to revitalize, because they're using that language, revitalization of homeowners in certain areas. So you're talking about trying to revitalize 30, 40, 50-year-old homes. Maybe you might as well just give them all what you call those modular homes. We might as well just break those homes down and just bring in a whole bunch of modular homes on the land, because what it's costing right now to repair a home that has shifted, or the foundation broken, roof sunken in, leaks where there's now it's molded. Oh my God, y'all, if I show y'all pictures, it's heartbreaking. So that part of reparations from a housing perspective, I think is injustice. I don't think that it's, they're using cannabis in your state. They're using cannabis to fund that reparations program. 25,000 is nowhere near enough for them individuals to repair those homes. And then if you give them to take that money and purchase a new home, let's think about this. If you're talking about people who are on fixed income, they're gonna get a mortgage, and how they gonna pay for it? You're only making 18 at a max, 1,800 a month.
They can't even get a duplex. They can't get nothing like that. Like the prices in the city for a loan for like let's say like a 3-bedroom, two bath or whatever in the city now is gonna run you probably at least 300,000 easily. And then going back to when you was talking about these rundown homes and how it's affecting nursing homes, there's a nursing home right next, I would say probably a couple blocks from the United Center. They turn that down. They're building apartments there and kicking out all the old folks.
What?
Yeah.
That's wild.
And what they're doing is basically they're just pushing everybody from the city out to the suburbs.
It's reverse redlining. It's reverse redlining.
That's what it is.
Because when you look at most, now what city are you referring to, Brendan? When you saw the 3,000 roaches?
Chicago.
That's Chicago. So think about Chicago. Chicago right now in the United States is the most racially segregated city in the United States, Chicago, as we speak, right? From its neighborhoods, even though there's gentrification, but from its neighborhoods to its zoning of like restaurants, like Chicago has more food deserts than like any other city, right? So you look at how many kids in Chicago live off corner store food, whether it be like quarter waters, potato chips, but think about such a beautiful city it is though, right? When you get out of like South Side and Northwest Side, when you're like in Boys Town, Fair Lawn, by where the Cubs play, such a beautiful city. And even in the slums, the homes of Chicago, the best made homes in America, the cobblestone, the gray stone. People don't even understand that. Like you could be in the hood and look at like quality ironclad gates, cobblestone on top of gray stone and limestone, right? And
I miss
with
Chicago,
that,
man.
Right. And with that being said, it's still the most racially segregated. like most of the murders that go in that city is in like a 20 block radius of the South Side. Then you go to like the Wild Hunters and all that.
Yeah.
But other than that, that city is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's sad, man.
Real talk, man.
Hey, Brandon, if you know any single women that want to join my school in Chicago, man, I'm a traveling evangelist too.
I mean, you can try if you want to, but you know these new breeds of women, you know, they talk back nowadays. I don't know if you can deal with that.
Nah, I know they divided, misguided, and undecided. I'll come up there and do the Lord's word, brother. Like, trust me, I got something for them, man. You know.
Yeah, man. Chicago, man. Beautiful city, man. Dang, man. I miss all my spots up there, man. Even, you know, once you go from Chicago to like, you know, Hammond, Indiana side, you know, there's a place called Sharks there. Oh my God, man. Oh my God, man.
What's about the fast food joint?
Yeah, man. They had the mean you know, whatchamacalls, man. What I used to cook. There was the pizza stick joints. The I forgot what they call them. Man,
I know
college up there was crazy, man. I had so much fun. And then
you can get some quality food up there, man. You right, Chris. The food up there is quality.
It is.
Harold's Chicken, bomb.
You like Harold's Chicken though? You know what's crazy? Most Chicagoans don't swear by Harold's Chicken. It's usually the tourists, right? But a lot of Chicago, they go to other places. Like Harold's Chicken still, right? Anyone that's in Chicago, but like when you talk to like the average, because I still got friends I talk to every day up there, they don't eat Harold's like that, man. They seem like they don't eat Harold's like that.
It's accessible. I mean, like we eat it every day,
man. Yeah, even as a kid, I was eating Harold's Chicken, the gyros, you know, tearing them things up left and right. Man, I just miss, you know, the culture up there, man. If, you know, as a sneakerhead, you know, Chicago is the culture.
100%, 100%, man, 100%. I met like some of my friends in the fashion industry. I haven't spoken to them in years. My man Corey from Leaders, you got Success, which is Bobby Simmons.
Yeah.
Fashion Geeks. You got yo, man. That's one thing. Oh, my man Dave Jeff, when he had his store up in Hyde Park, Fly. You know, yo, just innovative dudes out there, bro. Sneaker culture to the fullest. Sneaker culture to the fullest, man. Like, I love Chicago. That used to be one of my spots, man. That's one of my spots, man.
Thing is, I haven't even done everything like a tourist wants to do, you know. And I'm like, man, I have to do this. I gotta go back and do this because I have not done it yet. I mean, I've been, you know, State Street a million times, been in Lake Michigan, but you know, Chicago is one of those cities that you have to be a tourist in. It's like a slept-on city.
All right. AE was showing. What were you showing? AE was showing some Chicago facts.
Some of the large companies are leaving Chicago. I know one in particular, Boeing's going back to Virginia, I think.
Yeah, they're coming back down. Well, the headquarters out, of course, in Seattle, but then they had the corporate hub was in Chicago, and now they're coming down down my way, basically. Now at this point, back in the Virginia, the so-called Silicon Valley of the East Coast, in this little area, Reston, Sterling, and Herndon area, and a lot of this migration of these businesses up out of there, of course, it's attributed to the ideal of what, you know, the so-called, they're going to say the crime. A lot of it has to do with them having what their browbeating or their dismay of what, you know, Lightfoot, right? Laura Lightfoot, right? Laura Lightfoot. And so the idea that they can have that kind of level of on-the-ground leadership and her being the mayor, it doesn't bode well with a lot of this kind of, you know, corporate hub that you guys were speaking to, guys. You guys know Chicago literally is, you're talking about the epicenter of, you know, the Midwest. That is the Empire State of the Midwest. Make no mistake about it. It's Chicago, right? You're talking about the CME and the SIBO is in Chicago, right? Chicago Board of Option Exchange and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, right? That Midwest liaison of business that funneled even out of New York, obviously it being, a big cattle depot, New York back in its heyday, right? The Dutch colony side of that, how they moved a lot of large heads of cattle through New York. Imagine that, right? The concrete jungle used to be a cattle herding depot. And a lot of the bookkeeping value within New York alone also funded through, that paperwork, even through Chicago, right? Because it's, again, just historical context to a lot of things, guys, people don't understand and realize that. You guys speaking to it today, of course. Well, people don't know this stuff, right? Just simple facts, or they say simple fun facts, like our brother Danny would say, the idea that a lot of people still don't know that it was founded by a Black man, right? Hence another reason why, this kind of, vitriol, kind of innate hatred for a lot of these, I guess, if you will, some white settlers or people who are coming through there and trying to, say that this is why the city has always been a very, hotbed of, volatility, right? Because it had a large population of the safe haven for a lot of Black people, right? Especially those who were coming up, through the Underground Railroad, et cetera, being it was a heavy populist Black, again, post, so to speak. But again, the businesses that built up from those so-called ashes or whatever, just to say that, they can't still conduct business because they worry about the crime that's happening on the South Side, in itself is a ludicrous excuse for them just to kind of try to punish the city because they're mad at the Black mayor that's also happened to be, LGBTQIA, whatever, right? There's a lot to it. Of course, you guys understand that, right? We're talking about stats here. We're talking about, it's not like they having to deal with on the ground, wallet to hand type of sale value. These companies are making business exchanges around the world. What does that have to do with them, whether or not if they're having to deal with what the local people on the ground? You know what I'm saying? It's the excuses that they're making, essentially what they're doing. But it's just like I think Andre was saying to that, and a lot of you guys speak to that too. Again, this is just, with this whole repatriation up out of there, or migration up out of there, it's the fact that they kind of doing what they call double redlining, right? They're just trying to hurt the city, right? They're trying to force them to either clean up, in their mind, so-called the crime that doesn't really affect a lot of people who don't live on the South Side as it is, or, to that regard, or, come in and just kind of firestorm everything and just gentrify everything, right? Like they did on certain parts of New York, like they did it actually in Chocolate City, right here in my backyard. It used to be Chocolate City in DC, now it's, Oreo City. Them just coming in, buying up these brownstones left and right. They're buying up a lot of brownstones, and which driving the property value up in DC as it is expensive in certain parts of it, from Georgetown District back, up towards, up there in Temple Hill, all across this area, up, out towards Bethesda, out there with Walter Reed, and then, other little places inside of the south side of DC, up until then, the more Silicon side of so-called DC, which is obviously Virginia, but, up here, Reston, Sterling, Herndon, whatever. But that's the extent of how this stuff is turning out now, where you're starting to see people really galvanize behind their base. And as we saw, Kathy Woods go, she relocated her business to Florida, St. Petersburg, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ken Griffin just did it, right? The biggest market maker on the planet, in Citadel Capital, relocated his business out of Chicago. Been in Chicago like forever, right? And now he's out of there, right? In terms of that, just, the jobs that it offered people who were just there on the ground, if you will. But for the most part, again, he brought a lot of capital there. He's the richest market maker literally on the planet. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Fun fact, right? But the AMC hate him, of course, because, he was taking the order flow and shorting the stock of AMC. But, that's the ideal of that, right? Just knowing, what that does, see, making good threats. The richest man in Illinois said he is taking this company to Miami. So he's going to move to Miami, right? Everybody want to move to Florida all of a sudden now, right? Which is already a hot mess right now. They're going to do the same thing in Miami in a minute, right? They down there now, of course, my backyard in Florida. And we talk about, how Miami is segregated, right? Across so-called racial lines, right? From Coral Gables to, again, always, from Hialeah up towards Fort Lauderdale, all over. And that whole area down there is starting to be really gentrified. right? Of course, you got Trump down there in Mar-a-Lago, right? The ideal of that, West Palm Beach, Lake Worth, that whole little region down there, we're talking about it's very, very expensive property, right? Property values are shooting through the roof almost every day, right? It's getting very expensive to live down there. People think it's a joke, right? They complain about Chicago for whatever reason. You ain't finna come to Florida and get no, it'd be no different, right? And it's not even at the level of a mega city, like that, a metropolis like that of Chicago. Makes sense? It's just sparse land and some nice little high rises here and there, scenery and beach, but you're paying for that, that prime state real estate, of course. But you talking about the business hub, ain't really nothing second to none than Chicago. Like they need to just stop playing, but that's okay. Let them leave, right? Because of course, if Black people get their ish together, we could just move right into them certain spaces, and we really can make that a Black hub, right? We talk about that with Atlanta. Look how Atlanta had the propensity to really become the new Black Wall Street or the new Mecca, right? But it's all over the place because it can't even get its cultural identity together, right? There's no swipe against the alphabet boys, but we know that, that's also really hurting the extent of what Atlanta could really be. Why? Because they're more into intersectionality, right? They're into the divestment side of things. And Atlanta is trying to say, well, we're trying to build, the cultural aspect of Atlanta, keep that stuff preserved, if you will, right? See, I was speaking about certain restaurants in Chicago. We was talking about that, in Atlanta, right? Those staple Black businesses restaurant, like, so just hypothetical, like, what's your favorite Black restaurant in Atlanta, right? If I was to ask you guys that, then y'all would say probably what? Anybody favorite restaurant in Atlanta? Black-owned restaurant. Hey, Joker's like, we don't eat in Atlanta. Hey, bro, we don't eat in Atlanta like that. Right? Don't say the varsity. Don't say the varsity.
Don't let me get to making stuff up.
Slutty vegan is good, man.
Man, slutty vegan is that new, right? Well, they have celebrities in line waiting. Truth be told, that fun fact to that. But we talking about staple type old school ones, like some of y'all was naming out like Harold's Chicken, like how you have like Roscoe's in Atlanta. Out in the West Coast where Sunny at, like everybody, freaking Roscoe's or whatever. And then there's other ones too, of course, that he can definitely speak about. That's probably off the beaten path. That would be like, like Simply Goods, or you got Busy Bee Cafe. Of course, y'all hear about it in the little rap song. Everybody go to Busy Bee. It really is a hole in the wall restaurant. But we talking about Southern cooking, like hands down, everybody be in there eating, right? You'll be sitting next to the mayor, next to Johnny Gill, next to Andre 3000 and Young Jeezy, and they be like, pass the salt. True story. And it's a hole in wall little restaurant, literally a hole in the wall next to barbershop. But that's that staple ideal that we provide, from the cultural aesthetic perspective of our Black businesses, right? Where, there's just a big migration right now. COVID really shift a lot of what people's, ideology and their business practices. So I think if there's ever a time for us to start circling down wagon when it comes to Black businesses, it's right now. It's supporting, Andre, in his business. It's supporting Chris in his business. Supporting Sister Monica in her business, over Marquis he's on, right? Supporting him in his business, right? Those who are of our value, who really, are trying to, kind of add our value to the collective, so to speak, our body politic when it comes to business ownership. And I just found that to be kind of interesting because, like, man, if they finna leave up out of Chicago, of course, we talking about a massive still money hub in itself, okay, well, that's gonna open the door for who? Immigrants to come in and fill those spaces, East Indians come in and fill those spaces, right? They are mad. Are they going to allow those people to come in and take over those spots, or are we in a position where we can capitalize on in that moment, right? And probably take advantage of that. Who knows, right? But I think it's worth talking about because you're starting to see that now, right? Well, a lot of businesses who got decimated because of COVID, they might have didn't have a chance to come back, because the grants and loans and stuff that was slow to get to them. Without, we know what happened with that, right? Definitely, Sister Monica can speak to that, right? How they were just sitting on that stuff. A lot of these citizens were sitting on the money, not necessarily dispersing it, which obviously caused a lot of business to go under, which is another, a form of somewhat benign neglect, right? A lot of money that's not going out to its prospective places. But again, very interesting topic nonetheless. And I just was thinking about that when I was getting on. I heard you guys speak, and I said, man, yeah, man, they got, they're trying to really shake up Chicago right now, right? They're going to either force Lightfoot out because of that. Well, look who left. Ken Griffin left, and people like that are leaving Chicago. Man, but people still know it. At the end of the day, Chicago is still that what, right? It's still that what that flex, right? In a lot of ways because of what it symbolizes, right? Beyond what they try to say on the other side of things, right? But I just want to add that a little bit. You guys definitely jump in there where you can.
Yeah, I think for them to say crime, right? Any like Brandon could tell you, anyone in Chicago could tell you the crime is not happening by the Tribune building, right? It's not
right.
happening.
Clearly.
if you in downtown Chicago, you would be lucky to see a piece of paper on the street, let alone, like that crime. Like I said, Chicago's the most racially segregated city, right? So,
right.
Yeah, like to say that is like, come on, man. And now even Chicago is definitely one of those metropolis that like is receiving certain booms, right? Think about how many DC comic movies are shot in Chicago, like when they do like the whole
Yep.
Superman Batman thing,
yep.
right? That's shot in Chicago. At the end of the day, the one thing I see, not just like kind of like reverting back to before you jumped on, one of my second homes where I do the Lord's work at is in Toronto. And what happened with Toronto is what you see happening to most big cities in America now. Toronto is one of those places where it was the New York City of the North. But what happened was that it's cleaner than New York. It's more residential than New York, but it had the same like makeup, meaning public transportation, big metropolis, sit on the water, and industry. But what happened was this: Russians who had money, Indians from from the country of India who had money, Chinese who had money, Eastern Europeans who had money, all flocked to Toronto because they said my dollar in Toronto goes further than my dollar in New York because of the cost of living. What did they do? They brought all this lavish shit to Toronto. And now when you're in Toronto, you see not even the average Torontonian can afford to live in Toronto because it's become the playground of the wealthy.
Priced
like
them
you
out.
can look
Ain't that
up,
something?
they're priced out. The wealthy has come to Toronto and priced out the actual Ontario citizen who were born and raised there. The only reason, and I mean the only reason, the average Torontonian is still in Toronto is because of the fact that before these wealthy people came, these people had great pensions, these people had great jobs, and they had like a sustainability that that their money just went longer. But when the boomer generation of Toronto dies off, the average Torontonian is screwed. I'm talking about there are garages behind houses selling for $500,000. I'm talking about garages, not the house. Like that is insane. You know what I'm saying? It's insane, man. It's insane.
Another aspect of the, just that, again, like I said, I think a lot of these, cities, if you will, they're being repurposed for something bigger than a lot of people probably can think about because of the COVID scenario that exposed, either bad budgeting by city holders or politicians, whoever, that regard, from the mayors and all this stuff, and then how they tried to segregate, red states from blue states and red cities from blue cities, all this silliness. It just really made, what we know to be, again, we know America for what it really is, but it is really taking a turn for the worse. And again, it's the idea that people are starting to circle their own wagons. And it's obvious. That's what's bothered me the most. Where you're starting to see that. I mean, it's that they couldn't make it any more obvious at this point. They're circling their wagons. And we're still in this intersectionality game. We're still trying to play this all-inclusive game. We're still, divesting from, Black interests and Black businesses. And we think that we're going to be able to survive in small pockets of enclaves of other people until they turn on them. And then when they turn on them, it's like, oh, culture shock. Like, no, and it's not telling us, that we just need to just completely cut ourselves off. We're just saying it is a purposeful mandate that they're doing that, right? To choke our businesses out. Of course, when you look at all the stats that we look at from the BLS and, the different, the Federal St. Louis, when we're thinking about demographics and how money is being, shifted to, certain, classes, right? And we know people who fit those criteria, and we're always again the bottom of a lot of those stats in terms of who last to get benefits or last to to receive opportunity. It's like, okay, like how do we keep looking over this or glossing over that as if that stuff don't matter? Like, how, are we that confused? Or are we just that indigent when it comes to understanding how economics work, political science works, et cetera, right? We so rich in culture, but we poor on paper, right? That's a t-shirt moment. God dog. But seriously, we're the most richest people on culture that, and like Dr. John Henry Clark said, we're the bread basket of the world, Black people. He said Africa, but I'm gonna remix it. We are the bread basket of the world. Everybody wants to be us, dress like us, act like us, cook like us, sing like us, but don't nobody want to pay for us.
That's facts.
Not at
Everybody
fair
want to be like us, but nobody want to be us. That's the bottom line. They want to be like us until it's time to fill out a job application, a housing loan, a car. Everything.
Right. Or cut a check,
black,
right?
Or cut a check. That's just what it is. It's the like I always tell people in my political spaces outside of here, it's like, we're the American black people are the only people that's everyone allied without any allies. Like,
right.
It's just like,
all on paper.
Yeah.
It's all on paper.
Yeah. I when I'm in corporate America at work, I tell white people, I said, just tell me your worst enemies are black. Don't tell me your best friends are black. Just say, hey, Andre, I know you. My worst enemies are black. Just, it makes me feel better because so like you say, political science, one of the keys of political science is the most simplest words that black people don't use, which is nepotism. They literally understand their tribe.
That's it.
So when you look at, bring it back to Chicago, Brandon, who was on the police? The Polacks, right? Who are the fire people? The Irish, right? It's literally like that. Like, and then look at the cities outside of Chicago, like the surrounding little areas outside of Chicago, whether it be Polish, Irish, I'm forgetting one.
And it's funny you mention that too, because I do oxygen deliveries to all the fire stations around there, all the police stations around there, and I never see like a black chief except for the city I'm in right now. That's it.
And guess what? Guess what be hanging in them firehouses? Their flag from their country.
100% all day.
Yep.
Right. So am I
100%.
lying? So these people understand nepotism and tribalism. Like I said to the panel earlier before you jumped on, AE. Like we will get on a clubhouse thing or on one of these panels like today, and then it's like, well, I'm a Hebrew, well, I'm Aboriginal to this land, or I'm this and that. I'm like, bro, what? It's like, what? And think about it. It took me years to grow out of that. It took me years to, like, when me and African Emporium first started talking, to like African Emporium be like, such and such, what value does these conversations add? Not talking about the conversation we're having. I'm talking about these little side conversations that do nothing but divide us. You know what I'm saying? 3 years ago, I could have destroyed the Bible and the Quran. Now, I don't even remember half that stuff I used to debate people about. I used to literally know that stuff front, back, forward, study these languages before anyone was studying. I used to speak Greek, Arab. Now I don't even care. If I speak Arab, it's trying me to get a check. If I'm speaking Greek, trust me, I'm trying to get a check. None of that stuff matters to me because
growth.
If we're okay, for example, and I'm not trying to plug anything. One of these other channels was like, yo, Dre, your podcast is so dope. I'm gonna play it on my channel because I'm trying to steer my channel away from debating, certain things. He played this channel and you had these so-called intelligentsia religious zealots acting like they didn't know what I was talking about. I said, I said, take it off your channel right now. I said, take it off. The point I'm making is we're so intellectually blind that we don't even see the real topics, right? And the fact that we're dying out here, we're financially dying out here, and we don't even understand the basis of nepotism. If we're going to talk pro-black, then we better find out a way to be like, how we going to actually sustain being black? Because if not, in about 10 years, Chris, myself, AE, we're going to be in a museum. Oh, It was a black guy who used to invest in the stock market. He ain't here no more. Black people ain't even in it. like we're gonna be like Jurassic Park. We're gonna be like the dodo bird.
Which is weird when you think about it, because again, when we say, is it in our best interest to also now look at our soul survival aspect in a way where, maybe it may be time for us to start, using historical precedents in terms of how people use nepotism to establish their empire, essentially, right? And just think about it, because if you're already coming into somebody's land and taking it over anyway through the form of colonialism, right? You already, on code, right? Out the gate, right? Right? Because you have to be, right? Because it's the few up against the many, right? So your interest of survival has to be based upon, again, amalgamating much resources as you can, sticking together. And it's weird too, because even in this day and age, in this modern era, people don't realize, like, the idea that, nepotism as a whole morphed into actually a policy. It's a policy.
It is. It is literally what politics, right? It's what politics.
They tripping if they think it's not.
On.
So like,
politics is
they're gonna survive with that, and they got a policy. It's a literal policy on how to, keep the bag in the house, right?
Listen, the word they use for nepotism is called lobbying. That's what it is.
Right.
The NRA is nothing but
right.
The NRA is nothing but the biggest nepotism in politics. You know that the NRA is nothing but nepotism and policy melded into one, where New Yorkers are complaining about all the shootings, and they said we're gonna come with stricter gun laws, and then a week later, all of y'all can have a gun.
Right.
It's like what?
Like overnight. Like you get a pistol, I get a pistol, she get a pistol, everybody get a pistol.
It went from saying we have to make stricter gun laws in New York City, which is top 3 United States with the strictest gun laws, to say, you know what, y'all, carry y'all concealed weapon. We ain't taking away guns.
Right.
Like, all right. Yeah, man.
Harshest stop, laws, urban laws on the planet. Stop and frisk the whole nine. We know the history there.
Right, exactly.
Up and down,
exactly.
And then all of a sudden they just flip the script literally overnight. Like it's like diametric opposite next day. Okay, well, this is what we'll do. This is the big setup, right? Yeah, go get your pistol, go get your guns, this, that, and the third, because again, hopefully, it'll help us weed out, these people who are, whatever, right? Or they're gonna use them, indiscriminately, and that's gonna take themselves out, whatever they may be thinking. It's hard, right? It's trying to get in the head of these people is weird.
What they're gonna be thinking is that if the working man is getting shot at by the man that's not working, the working man can afford to do what? Buy a gun.
Right.
And that now sales of guns is going to skyrocket again, because now everyone can have a gun. It's just like, this is why politics is such a very, if you pay enough attention, you see where things are going, right? And you see exactly what's in front of you. Either you're going to be the person that has to read the tea leaves and adjust to it, or you will get crushed under the elephant's foot. Like, you really don't have no choice, right? It's in front of you.
Let's do it.
I've been arguing with people all week because, especially in our community, our women are like emotional, and they just say like random, I wonder why they do that. They had a birth deficit. I said, these white folks don't care that they had a birth deficit. What they're telling you is we're no longer going to subsidize Planned Parenthood. That's just not in our their profit sheet.
Nepotism policy. We're gonna start saying it's not within the nepotism policy.
Right. It's just not in their, it's just not in their bottom line no more, right? Because it's like, look, it's basically saying, well, why am I? Because that's what they do. If you look at when Trump was in office and what Paul Ryan did when they changed the whole tax code to what? Married couples of one child. Why? Because the top 20% of America averages 1.2 child per household, whereas the bottom 60% averages 5. So they don't care about a child tax credit because they're not making children. It's the same thing with Planned Parenthood. Yes, are there white girls that get abortions? Yes. But guess what? Most Planned Parenthoods are in your inner city anyway, and they're not going to subsidize it. That's just what they're saying. It has nothing to do with a lot of other things, right? It's literally bottom line, right? Like a lot of these decisions that they make, it's about pocketbooking, like you say, nepotism.
Yeah, and it's only becoming more endemic to the, I should say, maybe them being hasty at it now. And so again, even with this whole idea with, I know we kind of off script, but we on script because this is a part of what, urban economic empowerment, right? It's that cadre of, a lot of different advantages that we need to be focusing on right now, because again, we talk about benefits, right? Or the lack thereof, right? And when you even use that conversation, just kind of using it as a backdrop there, this whole ideal of, I guess, if you will, the Roe versus Wade and where we are being used as the front runner or the scapegoat or the champion behind this. They're championing it behind Black women, right? That, we suffer from, fertility issues more than anybody on the planet. On the back end of potential values of being able to give birth. But we are the original man and woman. And there's been proven case study to show that a Black woman at her worst, strung out on crack cocaine, this, that, and the third, still end up producing 9, 8, 10 kids. And the so-called white healthy woman in the suburbs who got all this money, wealth, and better eating habits, all that, can't pop out a baby. So where's all these fertility issues all of a sudden? When we look in our communities that are somewhat downtrodden, there's babies everywhere. There's babies everywhere. Where's the fertility issues at? Y'all finna play this per capita game and try to use that as a stat to kind of demoralize our value? Like, no, y'all know doggone well. The whole value behind Planned Parenthood in the beginning was just that. That's kind of stifle the value of what? Black babies, right? The head count is because the census rally. We need to kind of curtail all these this explosion of populace that's coming behind the Black community, because they have no problem, pumping out babies, right?
Facts.
It bothered me that a lot of our people, again, when we look at stuff on the surface level, we get caught in the weeds, right? We don't know that it's much more deeper than that, right? There's soil, there's minerals, right? There's the substrata, right? I'm using, right? Well, yeah, Uncle Kit, right? We got to go down to that substrata. We got to go deeper and get out this old trivial, these trivial spaces. And again, a lot of it has to deal with, again, the echo chambers that are put out there to kind of affect our people to get us off square are louder than the average, constructed, conversation. Of course, like what we're having now. Again, pulling from Uncle Cat again, a well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth. We're stuck in a lot of these well-organized lie portals, and we can't get out of it. So we don't know how to operate better. Why? Because the people that we do have in place that should speak to this, they're somewhere lost in intersectionality. You can't, there's no saving them, right? Sidebar, the whole issue just happened with Clyburn, right? Down in South Carolina with, up against Marcel, right? Marcel Dixon, right? Literally, like if there ever was the most, what they call Black superhero politician, it would have been Marcel Dixon from his mandate that he was trying to get, enacted. Had he got pushed into that Senate seat, right? He jumped in kind of, still in the middle of the race, but now that they know that he exists, a lot of these people are going to be very scared, right? Because if they can duplicate that brother, boy, you need people who can call it straight, shoot straight down the middle and not kind of give you fluff. So when you're dealing with scenarios like this, again, this whole Planned Parenthood stuff like this, all this, that is at the third, and everybody now mad at who? Clarence Thomas. Notice that? The Black guy's the fall guy, right? Couldn't make this stuff up. They going in on Clyburn right now. Not Clyburn, excuse me, Clarence Thomas, excuse me, right? He's the fall guy, right? For the policy that was, like you said, they just repurposing that money right now. They finna repurpose that money right now. And for what it's worth, like I said, Planned Parenthood, tell me how that served as a benefit to our community at any aspect of that. So you up in arms about what?
I agree.
Again, I'm not gonna make it political because I know they're gonna become, but they're gonna.
I agree.
For you,
I agree. They'll chop your head off, brother. You better be
they'll
careful.
come for you. Then because it's still a hot button topic, in this regard, for what it's worth, for what it is, and where it came from historically, right? So a lot of people, of course, know that there's a couple citations, right, surrounded, right? You got the Roe versus Wade value net. There's other values of it. This whole idea of Planned Parenthood versus Casey. That particular citation is very important. That's the one that does not get press press release. Notice that? Because it specifically says who? Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Not this Roe versus Wade stuff. Planned Parenthood. Because Planned Parenthood is the what? It's the brainchild of what? Eugenics. Mark Sanger, right? The Gates, right? Bill Gates family, all them types, right? And how they was already to be justified that, we all the inferior, we this, that, and the third. So we need to have our kids terminated, aborted, or whatever, right? Again, just, insert your most gruesome, value how they were trying to do us, right? And that's important. Why? Because again, a lot of people who don't understand the context, the historic context is they look at this as a hindrance because they can't do such a procedure. And this is actually a win for Black folk. We're talking about being able to circle our wagons and get our family structure back in place, right? This nuclear family value, where now they tried to say, well, the nuclear family value for Black people should never be, anything close to homogenous man, woman, and child. It should be intersectionality, divestment, LGBTQIA. Those are the standards that they want to try to force Black people to accept.
Wait, you say LGBTQI? What's the I and the A?
It's like, man, it's so many of them now, Sister Monica. But that's it. It's 100% LGBTQIA now.
That's it. I before E, except after C. You better get on with it, Mo.
Like they growing, right? remember we did that show literally, but I think 2 years ago, Sister Monica, we broke down the LGBTQ, but war chest and their money, how they're utilizing the funnel into corporate, sponsorship. And that little bit of time, they grown since we did that show.
Yeah, remember that?
Remember that? We went down in the weeds and put a lot of stuff on how they connected.
They got their own
about 2-3 years ago, somewhere around there.
Yep, they got their own set aside.
They use money. They use money to sanitize what 10 years ago what you thought would be nefarious acts. They use that to say it's my choice. They literally sanitize what culture once dictated to be out of this world. So if you just look at politics and you show, once again, it shows that, cash is king when it comes to policy, because when John Kerry ran against Bush, you remember the big fight of that whole presidency was them. At that time, when they first started to come out as this like organization. And this is when you had them take polls at the polls.
Thank you.
And 80% of people who voted for Bush said, 80% of the people who voted for Bush were labeled the evangelicals, who said they were against the union of same-sex union, right? And fast forward to Obama's first term, and he said, look, love who you want, but I don't think there needs to be same-sex union. And then when his second term, the same people who funded his first term said, we were the ones that gave you umpteen millions, and you telling that you don't think we need same-sex
set aside.
Right. And then he said, well,
he changed his tune.
Somebody came to me and said, you know what, maybe same-sex marriage is something we need to discuss. That's just Pandora's box is open. It's never going to be closed. Yep. That, whether you agree with it or not, if it's a lifestyle or if it's a preference or whatever, that I got into an argument with someone at work who claimed that the Supreme Court is going to go after that next. I said, it's them. How are they going to go after? They Planned Parenthood is different. I said that. So
it's weird me, too. They got it. Actually, they're. It's weird too, because it may just be window dressing, or we say window got it, right? Y'all know what it is when I say window got it. They actually do have that, within their mandate that they're going to look into next. This is true in that regard.
But
whether they're going to be successful or not, that's going to be
that will never be successful, because the money that is dispersed amongst television, any sector of the United States outside of housing is being like literally manipulated by that lobby. Because listen, my 13-year-old niece, I had to pick her up from school 2 weeks ago, and she had 2 rainbow stickers on her cheek. And I looked at my 70-year-old mama and I said, if that was me in 1993, You would have beat me, brought me back to the school, beat the teacher, then found the principal. Like I saw my mother look at my niece and say, how was school? I said, what? Listen, do you understand how much they sanitized? First of all, you gave a 13-year-old child the pride sticker as if she really knows what's going on, right?
Right.
Secondly, it's on her face. Could you imagine in the late 90s, me coming home from school with my book bag on and a pride sticker on my chubby cheek? My mother would have slapped me so hard.
You wouldn't even got through our community, boy.
That's what I'm saying. So if you think that tide can be reversed, no way, because them Supreme Justice got to go home to their dinner table and tell they such and such daughter or son who's in that lifestyle or that preference.
I would go so far to say this over. I would say right now maybe too soon, right? As they say at the saying go, too soon, because they're just gaining steam, right? Think about that. They're just gaining steam. Now we know there's been a big shakeup just recent because what happened with this whole go woke, go broke so-called campaign that spawned on the back of these corporations getting what kind of browbeat by investors and some aspects of the political pendulum swing between Democrat and Republican. Nonetheless, how a lot of that stuff through the asset ownership value, that when the ideology of whether you feel comfortable owning such a stock that has these kind of issues that we felt that's come to limelight, what's happening in Disney World, right down in the state of Florida, right, my home state, them losing their exclusivity and value that the state in terms of Ron DeSantis blew that spot up, right? Disney World had that level of exemption for years, but in all that time, again, inside of the structure that we knew what was going on, right? People in Florida know that was stuff was going on, right? They've been grooming kids. It's always been about that. Hey, y'all know Walt Disney himself, was a flaming racist, right? They didn't even know the secret of that.
100%.
Shout out to Over Danny, right? True story, and broke down, went deep into a lot of stuff like that, within the caricatures and all that stuff like that, exposing that stuff, right? Steamboat Willie, and them, going in on black dude. But it's the whole idea that they just morphed, right? Think about it. They just morphed into what they are today in terms of that, all the pedophile rings that were just, in around that Orlando region, even out towards Tampa, Point Gore, St. Pete. I mean, that's been happening there. Child trafficking. Come at this up. Epstein, it was so bad that people didn't know the extent of it, how it's so connected. Before people knew who Jeffrey Epstein was, Jeffrey Epstein literally was an ambassador of Disney World.
Yeah.
Him and Bob Iger, and they were like buku buddies. So of course, all them kids at Disney World that were going there for the summer, and he was just a spokesperson for him. He was doing stuff for him on the ambassador side, and he was getting, I hate to say it the way, we were getting choice pick. And all the people who were connected to Epstein, that now it came out because he got caught up, from the Gates and the Prince of over there in England, all them people, Clinton, Trump, Elon, everybody was connected to Epstein that people didn't even know. And it's like, wow. And now it's all of it getting exposed, right? And then all of a sudden, Disney gets exposed. All the pedophile rings of people who was working for Disney, the employees that was running that racket, and child sex trafficking and pedophile rings and this, that, and the third. And I'm saying that now, maybe it's too soon now, because again, you start to see that they're actually going after some of their those people, right? Because they are bad actors. Of course, this latest case with the guy that was this whole what they call the transgender read program, where they busted that one guy for pedophilia, right? He had all this child pornography, right? When he was going to schools and reading the kids about transgender stuff. Like, at some point, it's going to be some kind of form of, either going to be I hate to say it, but I got to say it. Either it's going to be a civil war. We know we're already getting close to that. Let's keep 100, right? Or there has to be some kind of big, big napalm shakeup, right? In government, right? We got close to that in January 6th. We know that people are starting to really say, whatever. Again, is the corporate dollar, and this is a question I posed to you guys, my esteemed panel, is the corporate dollar strong enough to resist the ideology behind the nepotism of so-called white pride? Because white pride is on the march right now. Let's keep it 100. January 6th was a run-on, a test drive. A lot of those, all the evangelicals, a lot of those, all that really extreme, right-wing value, right? This whole true social Trump scenario, right? They flaming right now because Trump getting drugged through the coals right now with this hearing stuff. that's the question I pose to you all, because there's going to be some collateral damage in that. If we caught up in the middle, what's going to happen? I pose that to y'all. Right? I know it's off the script a little bit, but that's where we're going, because
it's never
investor,
good for
I look at the
us.
corporate side of it too, right? Because I'm like, if these companies are suffering, they're getting hit, right? As a matter of fact, we had that conversation a while back over Andre, when the whole issue when they had that little smaller issue with Roblox, right? How they were grooming the kids and how that became an issue and it suffered a little bit from it. But to what extent, you know what I'm saying? Is that stuff going to carry forward? Is it going to spill over, right? Now it's like they're looking for everybody. They just punished Netflix, right? They punished Netflix because of that, right? All the way from $700 now down to 178. Well, the whole issue behind, they really got tired of this old woke stuff that they were pushing. It just began to be more and more intrusive over time, because we saw within their program, they kept pushing more and more of it. And so people like, man, I cut on here. Now everything I see had to deal with, 2 men kiss themselves or 2 women, this, that, the third. It just became more and more. They kept inching. And then a lot of the shareholders were like, all right, man, this already getting saturated in competitive landscape. I don't really need Netflix like that. If that's the case, if I can't do the share thing, it ain't worth paying for if they're going to keep pushing this kind of ideology. Right, and so the stock got punished. You see what I'm saying? Disney is next up the bat. They've been getting punished because of what?
Yeah.
They came out outright. They used that black woman. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They used her as a scapegoat to push what? That kind of content to what? Groom kids. And she came out and made it public herself. Yeah, they gave me full reign to do anything I want to do with what? LGBTQIA. So I went forward. I went full blast at it. Her words, not mine. I wanted to really get people to, to see exactly what we're about. And regardless of how you may feel about it, I mean, it's like they say, they crowbarred it in. They ain't give it time to kind of slow walking. They just crowbarred it in there. And our kids are exposed to this stuff, right? So that's the point. I'm like, well, where does that line, where's the line drawn? From the corporate side of it, the money flow, as opposed to the ideology behind whether it really is intrusive, right? All right, the manosphere is what? Shrinking right now. What the manosphere, brother? They finna be a dying breed in a minute.
Why you say that?
But they can't. It's like they can't even compete. With all this other stuff now. Like, bro, go in on it. Y'all go in on it. I'm my bad.
Well, I in the famous words of this pastor I used to know, the $1 Million Man, everybody has a price. And when you look at the white pride movement, every time I seen them uprise, I seen that green dollar come in and shut them right up. When you saw, what was that? The Tea Party come, right? In the government. And they claim we're gonna bring back old America. And all of a sudden, corporate money got filtered to them and they quiet in the mouse pissing on cotton. Then you seen Occupy Wall Street. These guppy white kids who realize that America has moved on from just go to college, get a job, and be happy and have a white fence and a average wife like King of Queens. And then they got a little bit of, then somebody emailed them, hey, you're hired, son. Go report to this job. And you ain't see Occupy Wall Street since.
Most of these sidebar, people, and I don't mean to cut your wheel, but that reminds me of the movie. That movie, I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker.
Yeah,
the Black Panther, the guy that was what?
With the white wife.
The hypocrite.
Exactly.
They came in, we went to the Capitol with sticks and guns and all that, and then they're handing out job applications that day. And all the black people got corporate jobs.
And so like this thing that I started to realize in my life when it comes to dating, right? These movements are a lot like the fairer sex. They have 2 different rules. Women have one rule for the guy they like and a rule for everybody else. And it's just like them. They march to this drum when it's time to galvanize and get what they want. And they get what they want, then it's like, I'm all right. I'm gonna still keep my guns and I'm gonna still carry my Confederate flag on the back of my pickup truck. But you know what? There's heat in the house right now. There's food on the table. That's what it is. If you look at Occupy Wall Street, that was one of the biggest signs of like that. It's self-interest, right? It's like, so as soon as somebody uncle calls somebody uncle to give them a job, then it's like, okay, ain't no reason to occupy Wall Street no more, right? Main Street is the last one to get clean, right? Wall Street gets clean first. So when you look at these things, they attack and they attack, but when they figure out how to filter financial interest into these people, i.e., look at our fake movement, Black Lives Matter. What did she do? Buy houses in LA and Canada and said, all right, Negroes, go back to dying. Like, come on, man. It's, personal interest, and, absolute power corrupts absolute. And a lot of these times, these people, they do these things because they feel like they got left out of the party, right? They looking in the window saying, oh, they got food on the table. Oh, he got a pretty wife. He got a pickup truck. All right, Cletus, go get the double barrel. Let's, and then they get there a little bit and it's like, okay. And I think that's what you see a lot of. These movements get cut at the neck as soon as they feel like they receive what they wanted out of the bargain, right? And that's just how it works. That's just my vantage point, though. I've seen it over and over and over again.
It's morphing. I would say that. Like I said, this is a time where, again, maybe it's just me, but I really believe this amalgamation, the scheme value that's, it's starting to really happen now. It's starting to become more, relevant where people, groups, circling, they are circling their wagons. And we don't have the luxury, to be stuck, right? Or some would say stuck on stupid, if you will, right? Stuck on ignorant, so to speak. We have to get serious about, leveraging the opportunity in a way where, we have to have traction. We can't get caught majoring in the minors right now. I say it that way, right? We can't get caught majoring in the minors right now. Now it's not the time, right? Now it's just not the time because we're talking about benefits and set-asides, which Sister Monica speaks about so much, especially on the business side, and how important that is, right? Again, you got people like, again, Maxine Waters sits on the Budget and Finance Committee. As the chair, you would think her interest would be more aligned with what? Making sure Black people get funded into, in a good majority of what? Those set-asides, and when it comes to those grants and stuff like that, and the third. And it's not that a lot of us are not applying. A lot of us are not, maybe to a degree, but they're out there. But it's just like we're not moving the way we need to be moving, right? We have moments of success. We have pockets. I'm not just saying that there's a complete, we're not complete destitute in that regard. But on average, when you're seeing other people now applying for certain things and they just jump the line and start getting benefits out the gate. Right? Like you said, we can count probably all the policies that got enacted, when it came to even in this community, the LGBTQIA, whatever, on Obama's second term to where we are today. And Biden just kind of carried it on even more.
Of course.
Right? He just morphed it to the next level. Again, the latest one was Title IV, right? Or, they finna restructure Title IV. But it should already be known. These are kids. Kids can't really delineate that because kids at ages of, 7 to 8 to 14, they ain't really sitting there really worried about, whether you that, this, that, and the third. They've made it a mandate where they're trying to force the kids to respect that or earn that now, but them kids wasn't worried about that. Matter of fact, if a kid picked on you, they picked on you because you just weird, right? But that was just it. That's what kids do, right? They're trying to figure out who they are in the grand scheme of their own identity. And so they pick at people, right? That's natural. Now they're trying to make it, almost like, it's, man, the laws that can come out of this, right, could be very harmful to a lot of people. From kids having natural banter, now it's like, okay, well, this kid is, transgender. You talk about them, okay, well, yeah, you can be suspended.
Yep.
Right? You could be eventually kicked out of school altogether.
Yeah.
It's gaining that kind of, or sexual harassment because you making a joke, a childlike joke. Yeah, because y'all know when we was in school, we shot the dozens, right? And
correct.
The stuff we shot the dozen with back then, we can't dare have that kind of level of what conversation today. Right? It was brutal. To be honest, right? It was brutal, but it was, it was funny because we didn't, it went as far as that moment, and then we forgot about the next 30 minutes. We was on to doing something else. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what kids, their mind is like that. They ain't sitting there saturated in that stuff and at home scheming up a plan to kind of go back the next day. I'm gonna dig deeper into that person now, right? The kid's mind ain't built like that.
Blown up the school. No.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Because essentially, because we know what's going on in that on the school side, because that's their kid, running rampage, right? Thinking they playing Contra, right? In the schoolhouse, right? Got guns and just shooting.
He said playing Contra.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? The key 100. That ain't us. That ain't black people. That ain't our flex.
It's like Contra.
Be honest, I hate to say that, but
Yo.
I mean, come on. I mean, the Uvalde situation, man, we go down the list. Y'all know that's not our flex. We ain't built like that. Much as they try to make us like this harbinger of death, we not. That's, man, all right. I know I'm trying to, y'all get it, but we're up against those kind of scenarios now. So again, if we're gonna get caught up in the policy, the reciprocal aspect of policy where we're not getting nothing, and it's all going to all these so-called minorities, like, and we're championing their scenarios over ours. Like, where does that buck stop? That's my big question, because as a person that's in the investment lane, you guys are business owners in the investment lane as well. Y'all know, in terms of aggregate value, again, pulling from the great Dr. Amos and Wilson, like, show me where we have a luxury to not support, our interests. Like, somebody again, pulling from the living, giving his flowers now, Dr. Claude Anderson. Where do we, like, black labor white wealth? Like, seriously? Like, we're gonna continually, keep playing this game as if we can, play the role of intersectionality like it's no tomorrow, and think we just gonna magically get ahead. It's not coming from policy, because you don't have nobody really in there that's 100% 10 toes down for your base, right? You got a lot of people run off your vote, but as soon as they get in there, look, bro, you out of sight, out of mind, right? And they just only see you when they had the local fish fry, just to keep you on the chain, and then they off to doing other stuff for everybody else. Like this stuff is just, to me, it's just mind blowing. Like, how do we not see that now at this point in the game? Right? How we
I just think that as far as me, and I said this before, and this will be the last thing I say for the night, but I just think, looking at this last election, it showed me that for us and our demographic and our lineage, I don't see us ever getting it. Look, at the end of the day, if you look at the election,
that's hard too, ain't it? When you think about it, that's probably hard to square that in your head, ain't it? Right?
Listen, I get it. When I used to argue with women and men, but obviously I had to argue with women to try to explain to them, listen, there's a difference between a chocolate cake and a fudge cake, right? Both may be brown, but both are different. Point. And if you think a brown Kamala means she's black, then I got a bridge in Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens, and the Bronx to sell you. And then I'll take you to, I'll say a little,
say the Golden Gate.
You know what I'm saying? They don't understand that, man. I tell people, just because they say, oh, her father's Jamaican by no, her father's Jamaican by proximity of being in Jamaica, but he also was an Indian. Either way, I've been to India. That's why I don't listen. No one on this panel or no one in this world could tell me what I seen in India. And I know for a fact that woman does not consider herself black. And for these black women to think just because she went to Howard and she could ski weed, that she's black, it was the silliest thing in the history of the world, bro.
Call it what it really is, Andre. It was the biggest flex of all time for black women.
It was the silliest thing. Look, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Like I said, after this, I'm gonna sheath my sword and I'm gonna go text my wives good night. But let me tell y'all this. So when you look at let's say the Mexican community, the LGBTQ, the Anti-Defamation League, all these other like lobbies and communities that are voting blocks, right? We the only people that said Kamala went to look at this forest fire and she had on Timbs. I'm like, what are we talking about?
Oof.
Oh my
and
God.
then it was Then it was
Clyburn down.
Kamala.
What did she do in South Carolina? To go in on that one.
Then before we get to South Carolina, there's a video of her with a marching band and her doing the nay, and I'm saying, what does this have to do when even before she even became a vice president candidate, said, I'm not going to do anything directly for black people.
No.
But we're going to actually propagate the fact that she's wearing Timbs, doing the nay. And if you remember when they first started Versus, she was the guest star between Brandy and Monica, talking about some, hey sis, I'm just in the kitchen cooking. What?
Right. Goofy stuff.
Listen, I'm gonna say something. I gotta choose my words wisely. I am an equal opportunity lover at the Andre School of Financial Literacy and Calligraphy Science. But let me tell y'all something. If an Indian woman, because that's what she is, marries a man that wears a yarmulke, I can guarantee you she ain't worried about black issues at her dinner table. Maybe I'm a moron for saying that.
Not even remotely close. And
I'm gonna say it one more time.
What's really bad about that, Oba Andre? Like, how can we look? We got to be really reaching to not see that. I mean, we got to be really trying to put on blinders to not really, see that for what it is. Right? You got to be really doing some real hardcore work. Boy, you know what I'm saying? We got to be riding.
Right.
Boy,
let me close with this, right? I understand a lot of black people hated Trump. I understand Trump was crazy. I get it. Trump was not the most polished person, right? We get that, right? But what's funny about it? CNN told you to hate Trump. All your liberal media said why Trump is this, that, and the third. But Joe Biden in front of you said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. He's also the same one that said he don't want no jungle schools. He don't want interracial integrated jungle schools. Right? He's also the one that created a gang member named Corn Pop.
Out of thin air. Literally out of thin air.
I forgot about that.
Corn Pop was a bad dude. T-shirt moment, right? We need to make a t-shirt off that one.
So we have a guy that has literally called you a nigga without calling you a nigga, but then we worried about an orange dude with a toupee. Like, I had a woman. So all of this time, now this is the beautiful thing. Where has Kamala been ever since she got elected? And lastly, I was looking at this thing she posted where she is now the leader, or she's one of the keynote speakers of the what is it called? Asian American Advancement League.
Home. She home. She's
exactly.
Home. She's home
team, bro.
100%
home team. It's just the weirdest thing, and that's why every black woman tell me sister girl magic and Kamala girl magic. I just sit there and say, where Kamala at, yo? I don't know. I said, okay.
They can't come back from that one. They can never come back from that one.
Yo,
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of foolishness, man.
They can't never come back from that one. Like that smeared makeup and mascara all over their face. How Kamala did them with that, use them to get that vote. Boy, oof.
Man, all the propaganda and false hope and false, love that's shown, because this type of stuff, it initiates a flame in women. Oh, you can be like Kamala, you can be a vice president, you can get up there and I'm like, bro, stop. Where did all of this come from? Y'all knew nothing about Kamala Harris. Nothing at all.
Nothing.
She just came out of nowhere. Like what Barack did. Barack really came out of nowhere.
Listen, you know what? You know what, AE? Not only did he come out of nowhere, the one I think you're familiar with this book, Obama the Rising Star, that tells his true life story about him literally taking classes to learn how to speak like Dr. King and sing Negro music, and how he only dated white women, which is fine. Date who you want, but don't be black when a kid shot and you sing Al Green at his funeral, but then it's time to do policy. Well, all rising tide, lift all ships, and I like white women with big wide hips.
He was
It's like,
100% antithetical to black empowerment. Let's keep it 100. We can say that now in hindsight, but he ran on the Fugazi, value that it was beyond the symbolism alone. It was the symbolism too, but it was the idea that, okay, finally, someone who somewhat looks like us going to do the bidding of us. Why? Because he got a 100% homogenous black woman that has a black mother that's in tow. But we know that side of Chicago where, Michelle them come from and all that, because talking about Chicago, Brandy on here, there is, different sides of Chicago. They really didn't have that experience, right? To be honest.
They didn't.
Right.
They didn't.
She went to Harvard. Stop playing, right? She went to Harvard. She didn't get lucky. She went to Harvard.
Like I said, the man was nothing but a white man with an African father, and that's fine. But the bottom line is that when you look at Kamala, though, her political record was unseen horrible. The way she locked up innocent black men for truancy, the way she made policy that directly affected her so-called lineage of black people. She's not black, but her so-called lineage of black people. To she made up such unfair laws. It was almost like in San Francisco, you couldn't be black after 6 p.m. in traffic if your hair was brown. It was like, huh? I got a ticket for that? Yeah. Kamala. It was just the weirdest thing. And for us to celebrate, the first black woman to get elected, what are you talking about? What? It's just anybody on this panel or who will watch the show, please take a flight to India. Go to the Ganges River and tell them Andre sent you, and you will never come back looking at another East Indian the same. Because I got news for all of you guys. I said this about 5 times before on this show. There ain't no poor people making it out of India. Please believe me when I tell you this. There is, I'm going to say
only,
it again.
Maybe 2-3 families? And I can
there
name
is
them.
no
name
poor
them. I was in business with one of them when I was in college.
Patels,
Guptas,
yep.
Right?
Yep.
Let's keep 100, right? There's a Gupta in every... And there's a Patel, that's a doctor or a convenience store owner. Boy, stop playing. Let's go there.
When I tell you that ain't no poor people make it out of India, first of all, when I was in India, they tell you a woman gets raped every 10 minutes or something like that, less than that.
They stacked on top of each other over there, literally.
Yeah, they treat each other like an opportunity. So imagine you to them. I tell people this all the time. Y'all think this is magic and talking? Just go to India and you'll see. There is no unified. These people are darker than us. I've seen people lighter than us and darker than us over there. And let me tell you.
Kid, let's talk about them Dravidian Indians, right? Let's talk about them ones that keep hidden, right? Right. Exactly. We're not talking about the Brahmas Indian. We're talking about them real dark ones, right?
Right. Is it right? The Daleks, the Angoris, right? The untouchables, as they call them. People that eat, sleep, defecate, wash clothes, drink, bathe in the Ganges River all at the same time.
And bury they dead, and that's
listen, I'm telling you, AE, I listen, over there, I lost 10 pounds because I was puking so much because of the smell. And just looking at it's a beautiful place as far as some instances of it. I take, trust me, it is. But even in Mumbai, where you got these resorts, these resorts have these ironclad tall gates, right? And I've seen some of these resorts in their own restaurants, when they throw out the garbage, they throw it out to the people like their dogs. So they'll throw it through the gate. All right, feed these niggas that's in front of the gate. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's why I don't listen to any of these people that we know about. They don't know what they're talking about. Because you go, for example, and then I'm out. So in fashion, right? If you're doing a clothing line and you getting cut and sew in China, is a place called Dye Lot. So when you first send a design over, they'll send you a proto sample. You send a proto sample back, you approve the colors. If China factories aren't too busy, this obviously pre-pandemic, they'll say, all right, cool, we'll send it to the Dye Lot and then we'll send you the final sample for your approval. But then sometimes their woven factories and their knit factories are too busy, and then they have to outsource the dyeing to China to India. And usually when you go shopping, if you ever see a shirt that's muted colors, 9 times out of 10 is Pakistan or India. They don't get colors right. Why? Because if you go to their dye lots, instead of having factories, the dye lots is a hole in the ground where you see these people dip your goods into the ground, and then you like, what? Like, so what I'm paying for in China, where I'm actually having lab dips and testing and color fasteners, these people just taking your shirt, dipping into the ground. That's why they don't. That's why a lot of this stuff is muted. The color doesn't like stick, right? It doesn't pop like if you was getting it made in other places. So imagine
it has that
over
signature
there,
where you know it's gonna be, you know, it's not gonna be 100% identical the way you want it, right?
Exactly. And this is why when you go over there, the smell is just like, you'll be like, man, get me out of this place, man. That's it. But that's all I want to say.
You're 100% right in that. Yeah, and just the reality within, you know, understanding how this stuff is, you know, more than what it is today. Because again, I'm being in somewhat of the DMV area, right? You know, there's a ton of that populace in this area here, right? From inner city DC out towards, you know, the Silicon Valley of the East Coast in terms of Reston, Sterling, Herndon, right? All these corporate buildings, they look, they're the biggest populace in this area here. They are the biggest populace in this area. They come right off the plane at Dulles, and they right into the townships and the homes right in this area, straight from India, right? Straight international value in that. And just, you know, kind of sidebar within that, of course, you know, she has a big following, in this area because, you know, meaning Kamala, that is, because it's such a massive Indian population right here, you know, in this DC region, right? Or the DMV, if you will, right? But again, they're hopping off the plane already in tow. Like you said, ain't no poor people coming from over there, you know, into here, right? It's not happening, right? You know, all the ones in this area here are definitely, you know, Tesla, Porsches, Bugattis, all that kind of stuff around here, right? Whatever, right? But nonetheless, within that staple, right? I mean, there's some lower ones too, but they come over here within the collective, right? Who with interest, right? Bearing interest in mind, right? Job value, whatever. But I see that, then I say, okay, where they're, you know, practicing, obviously, because they're forced to practice nepotism out the gate because they only know what they know, right? Or the language barrier might be still there. And it's just out of necessity, and it's also just because of the cultural, you know, aspect. For us, it's still like we've been here this long and we still struggling with that. That bothers me. I don't know why, but it does. I just got to speak to that. And then we say that when we even speak about our investment value, right? Where we're far few between in this industry, right? To get, you know, Black people excited about investing, right? We all have that mindset where we've had that conversation inside of our head. Yeah, at some point I want to be able to invest. I want to invest, right? The roadmap that we think that it takes to get there is nothing what we probably think it is in terms of the complexity. Once we, you know, really realize what it will work. Like all of us, when we went down that road, when we figured what it really takes to get into this, we're like, oh man, I should have been doing this. Right? First thing most people say, I should have been doing this. Like, right? And all the money I blew, I could have been invested, you know, dollar cost averaging in on Apple and Microsoft back then, right? Or Amazon or whatever, right? That's a form of, you know, in my opinion, what we're trying to practice here, you know, through this urban economic empowerment form is not that we're trying to be, you know, 100% exclusive. We're just trying to be more inclusive, right? We're trying to be more inclusive in a way where we can show people the roadmap or the bridge to help layers on them or onboard them onto such an opportunity. And the great thing we love about this, I can speak for myself, but I know I can speak for a lot of my peers on here today. Why I love this, like Andre was saying, you know, we're not coming on here trying to just kind of, you know, sell you up the river with a whole lot of stuff, right? Because the great thing I love about this industry is that we don't own the stock market, so I can't sell you nothing that you can't resource and primary, you know, research yourself, right?
Yep.
You just got to have the interest. You got the interest level, you can ride with this. So it separates the ideal of the charlatans and the, you know, that out the gate, right? Because, you know, of course, when Ober Christian go in and Sister Camille, when they go in and stock out, right, them furus and gurus, right? y'all don't want them on y'all back, right? Because especially stock guard, because, you know, they're going to come at you, right? Because these are people who really came from the ground up in this, right? They know, right? They seen it. We seen this stuff, right? We were right in them trends. You were there over Brandon. You go back, to the old Discord days. Brother Marquis, he's on. Y'all go back to the old days when at that time, the big dogs, if you will, if you want to call them that, who was really controlling the internet, ways or people like, Tim Sykes, this, that, the third. We'll say within this last 4, 5, 6 years, right? They were sort of the hot button people, right? Ricky Gutierrez and all them. Mm-hmm. And there's others, of course, about Rage Boy, all them guys, whatever, right? They even got hit with a cease and desist. Ain't that so? Right?
Damn,
but they got
he's funny, boy.
Yeah, they got more into trying to sell courses as opposed to really get people onboarded to what the process, what this stuff really takes. Hence, that's why I always say we're not going to shortcut this. We never going to shortcut this, right? If you want to get it rich quick and get fast and all that, you're not going to get it from one of us. It's just not in our DNA to short our people just for the ideal of trying to sell a subscription or whatever, right? Because the market is that's what they call it, the global markets, right? It's an open, free marketplace, right? Now it's maybe dictated by a lot of, things outside our, our pay grade with this Keynesian marketplace of late, right? The Fed's buying the market up, but still, you still have free will to be able to come into it, access it, right? These companies that you like, that you love, that you see about in passing, that you buy and frequent through a service or product, right? You still have access to be able to invest in them. So what you do with your small change or spare change, it matters at this point in the game because that's still a form of what? Fighting with your money, right? You're war chesting, right? With your resources to be in a position at some point when you want to kind of offshoot that into another business venture, right? Of course, we, highlighted Ober Chris today in his business, Kroft Services, and how he's utilizing, the different funnels of income to what, spread across all of his whole portfolio, right? His portfolio is not just a basket of stocks. Don't get it twisted, right? A portfolio is not just one particular asset. Don't get it twisted. It's many different ventures. It could be real estate. It could be, shoes, like he's doing with his, his product shoe services, right? And his investment values, right? That's what a portfolio is. It's not just a basket of stocks. It's a diversified book of what different asset classes all together, period. Anything that produces income, essentially, right? So those conversations are important. So we try to speak to that. Not that we, know more than anybody else. We're just, we're very dogged in our interest level to get solid at this. Why? Because we see that there's a void in this, right? Where a lot of our people are not, they're not being fed economic empowerment the way they should be, at least on the investment side, I should say, right? And I don't have to get into all the other people who are out there doing stuff, and some of it may be a little bit, felonious or whatever. I've never been that person to even speak to these people, or even put their name into a lot of things. I leave that again to the hunters out there, like over Chris. We'll let them go do, over Andre, we'll let them handle that, right? Because y'all know what it is, right? For me, I really just want to be able to kind of show people, no matter what your ideology is or your walk is, on a cultural or ideology level, that should not stop you from being able to meld with people like myself and others on here, Sister Monica and Over Chris, and build from a financial disposition. Because one thing above all things is self-preservation. No matter what your religion is, ideology is, basic necessities in terms of self-preservation are universal. They're universal. You got to feed, clothe, and shelter yourself, right? Right? Because again, ain't no pie falling out the sky hitting you in the lap and feeding your hungry belly when it's time to eat, right? You got to be able to put some thoughts together and some skills together or some elbows together to produce, right? Some kind of form of currency, energy, so you can take that and then transfer that into food, clothing, shelter, whatever, right? Basic, right? Mundane. So that's my whole take in this, guys. I'm excited for this because we're starting to see how, because of COVID necessity value within that, it forced a lot of our people to get into these different lanes now. And we're starting to thrive in it. There's many great, Black investors out there that we can show you that are, again, straightforward, 100% about that life. And they win it. They're eating, right? And it doesn't require that they have to sell their soul or this, that, and the third to be a part of a free global market, right? That's basically what it is, right? And it's turnkey because you walk right into it literally day one. If you can fund a brokerage account, you can literally start trading the next day. But it's all about, do you have the knowledge, the proper knowledge, right? Hence we say knowledge brings power, power equals profit, right? Hence power and profit. right? It's a simple what ideology there. There's nothing, right? We all own that, right? We all own that reality because that's just a building blocks of what makes this reality. You got to get the knowledge, right? If you want to do anything of substance of greatness, you have to have proper schooling, proper knowledge, proper understanding. And so we speak to that. We want to be able to bridge that with a lot of our people and make it seem just as layman as possible, because a lot of the way that we talk anyway, we know how to talk to our people and get them right on cue with what this stuff all about. We can speak to them, with the greatest vernaculars, right? From the urban side to the, up the land, the ladder with it. It don't matter to us. It's all relative to what the information of what the markets provide, right? So, no harm, no foul there in that regard. So when you show people something like this really quick, just off the beaten path here, then I want to get some of you guys' feedback as well. Like, some of you kind of what they call you sophomores, juniors, and seniors in this thing who've been doing it for a little minute now. And we're looking at these different assets and these charts, if you will, right? These bar charts and these, line graph charts or whatever, right? Some people say these, whatever. Right, just being able to speak to this. When we see this here, we see, if I was like to ask you right now, Oprah Chris, just off the beat, right, or anybody, right? When y'all see this right here, what do you guys see? Just off the cuff, what do y'all see?
For me, I see opportunity in every facet of the market, going up, going down, sideways. I see manipulation. I see
opportunity.
Yeah, opportunity. I see scarcity. I see panic.
Yep, panic, fear, greed,
all that stuff.
Right. See, it takes a special kind of mindset to realize all that in one painting, right? If this was a Picasso, you guys would have been able to read this thing from top to bottom, right? It's like an Andy Warhol or something, right? This old cryptic painting stuff, right? Right, right. Next level. Well, that came from your ability to, or curating information over time to get to a place where you can feel comfortable in knowing what you see. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what do we see from a very mundane level? We see buyers and
sellers.
It's that simple.
That's simple.
It's that simple. It's buyers and sellers in a marketplace that comes with a whole lot of stuff that you get dealing with a Compton swap meet, all right, a flea market. Even some of these businesses that you go into every day when they might be doing a little gouging and charge you more than necessary, right? Because it's all about supply and demand. I got the goods, you got a demand. If you don't know how to source well, you'll pay for what I want, right? Because you don't have the propensity to be patient and do proper research, methodology. That's what separates people who are consistent in business as opposed to people who just jumping from one moment to next, right? As they say, separating the consumer from the producer, distributor, or the seller, right? My thing is why can't we be all the above?
Yep.
If you're not training your kids to think like that, you losing. If you go to buy something for a child in the store and you don't get them to run down on both sides of that experience, you losing. Because now kids are gonna see you just as a money funnel. They just buy what I want. No, there's education behind this. Every purchase is going to be some education behind it. Here's the company that actually make it. Right, and it's a publicly traded, and it has this opportunity. It should be about that, right? It should be education per every expenditure, in my opinion. Hence, like when we, interviewed Oprah Chris today, how he, gave you education behind, his thesis, his business model. To me, I think that should be non-negotiable going forward. Because we can't afford to play around and think that it's just a consumer's, pipe dream, and we just on this proverbial hamster wheel of just spending and we ain't getting nothing done, we ain't building nothing. We have those issues, but we ain't constructing nothing. We getting caught in a circle of conversation jerk, right? That has to stop, right? At some point you have to build. That's when jokers get scared and they scatter, right? They out of there. You talking about building something, put some money together, I'm out. So black people can't talk about finances, but we can talk about everything else except finances. Right? So I'm like, I'm scared, right?
Makes you sick thinking about it too.
Seriously. So again, this is not cryptic information here. This stuff right here is what? Open source, right? This chart is open source. Everything you see here is open source about it, you know, and we're just here in a lot of ways to help people unpack it. You know, when we see this here, and, you know, again, so much so that we even put what? Training wheels on it for you. Right? These lines on here, they literally are training wheels. I couldn't make this stuff up. I'm speaking about people tonight. We can go there. These are training wheels. Right? When I'm in front of, you know, other clients who may not be different, then I can, you know, give it to them a different, you know, different nomenclature, right? Speaking from but for us, this training wheels, guys. Guideline, grid line, kill boxes, right? You know, the trap, right? Women, you know, them type, right? Let me show you what this is the trap, bro. This is the trap you in. This your trap right here. Up here, this might be over Chris trap up here, over here, over your Brandon trap up here, right? Like, yeah. You know, so I just, you know, me personally, being able to speak to our people and again have watched our level of growth in this, like Sister Monica was speaking earlier, like the way we're growing in this, to me, it's scary, right? It's scary in a good way, because when people see the extent of their capabilities within such an opportunity like this doesn't necessarily mean this should just completely control everything you do, because you got other hopes and dreams and passions. It showed. But Chris spoke to that day. He's doing multiplicity of different things, right? Sister Monica does a multiplicity of different things within her business cadre. And this is just one of them, right? If you feel like your growth value is based upon how hard you can work for somebody else, then you're looking at it all wrong. Or at least if you're too shy or scared to break away from the ideal of maybe saying, I'm gonna put a lot of onus on myself to kind of find my way, you backwards hustling. You got to be able to do that. You got to be able to take that kind of bull by the horn, pun intended, right? And figure out ways to do that to generate income for yourself. Multiple streams, right? Like every day I'm like, man, how can I increase my stream revenue, right? I'm really seriously, feeling like, man, we gotta go, right? We gotta keep grinding here, right? Because we're seeing a lot of other things are starting to chip away at small values now, meaning you're not going to be able to make it alone just with us. Again, a job that necessarily can't keep up with inflation, cost of living, the whole idea of the class value now is starting to be really, really a harbinger on people who are just got all the eggs in one basket. And he really think that that's going to be sustaining them and up in the, going forward. Now, this circling of the wagon that we speak about, we spoke about the Indians and all the other people. You think these people come over here worried about, truly, really worried about, your little issues, or as they say, we got data issues, right? We haven't really been able to reconcile, square ourselves with the plantation, PTSD scenario, right? We know it's there. We know it's a debt that's old. We definitely going to push that. But in the meantime, guess what we also going to be doing? This right here, right? Figuring out how to invest, how to be producers, distributors, sellers, right? Owners, as opposed to just consumers and consumers only, or people who are reactionary as opposed to progressive, right? The word progressive should not scare you because it's not a political agenda. It's about self-preservation.
Man, talk that talk, Oba.
Right? But see, y'all, because this, to me, I think it's important. Why? Because again, we talk about just how does it take a whole lot of capital to really get in the business for yourself.
Example, Roe versus Wade. If you had known about AGRX, you could just make some money instead of, being emotional, ranting, starting debates and, marching and protesting and all this other stuff. And I get it, but, you just can't, you got in this society, it's about the money. Whether you political.
What is America?
Can't be just emotional.
Fact, what is America, guys? Family? It's a what?
It's a business.
Corporation is a business. What does that mean to black folk? They think it's a joke. They think it's just a land of milk and honey. I remember my ninth grade social studies. He's like, man, we used to call Mr. Taterhead. Y'all know everybody got a teacher like they used to go. But Mr. Taterhead was about that life. He's like, look, but don't y'all get cut up on this land, milk and honey stuff. Y'all better get serious about this education. And he used to be hard on us about that too, right? And it's really that people think this is a dream. Like, no, this is a business. If you don't get your fast notice, what's gonna happen to you? You're gonna get what? Man, all right, play with it. But seriously, it's a business, it's a corporation. And the headquarters of America is what? DC, right in my back. You couldn't make this stuff up.
DC.
Right? You couldn't make this stuff up. It's the corporation headquarters. Same way Boeing left what? Chicago and moved to Florida. It's the headquarters.
Yep.
People don't want to square that in their head and realize that these people don't care about your individual little, moments and you and your little feelings and your feels. Like
not at all. Not at all.
That's level up.
And that's not even
equals dollars.
Facts. Right? It has nothing to do with emotions. Nothing at all to do with emotions. Speak to that, if y'all will. Sister Monica, any of y'all. Again, in terms of the corporate value in that, when you're trying to establish business, if you're using different asset classes to help you level up, the need to be caught up on the circular wheel of emotions is just not. I mean, that's man.
It hurts your underlying business too.
I ain't never known
customer service and all that stuff too, right? Because you and your feeling thinking people just because you black, they got to buy your product.
Look, right. I'm doing. So y'all know I'm doing the housing repairs, right? So I got my little feelings hurting emotionally because. I was like, I called down to to Clybourne's office because he the one initiated that program. And I was speaking to one of his workers, and I was like, it is totally unfair. You got this whole rural area grant loan, and we're dealing with under poverty people, unincorporated area. How you expect them to have credit to be able to get the money to do those? And she said her words verbatim. Well, Monica, it is what it is. We're not changing the rule, and you better get their credit up to par. Otherwise, they ain't qualified. I was like, what? I said, but you put the money in place so they can get their homes repaired. And she said, I said what I said now. I said,
Tragic.
What? Oh my gosh.
Tragic.
So bad. So look at me. I took my little tail feather and I said, well, those of you guys want to work on your credit, here's what we can do. For those of you who not interested, here's what you can do. Otherwise, hey, they're not bending. Yes, they put, for those who think in America is anything other than a corporation, it is not social services. Even the programs they put in place, whether it's contracting on the government contract. So I listened to the DOD committee today because I was listening to see if they had did anything with Major Richardson's act restoring the retirement. And I was listening to how they respond. I don't know you guys probably do, but I'm sure our audience, don't really sit and listen to some of these hearings because they can be drawn out and boring. And to listen to some of the rhetoric on why they think certain budget line items should or should not be, they are not emotional, honey. And the number one response is those taxpayers or those constituents voted you in as a representative. Let them deal with it. Tell them to deal with their representatives. When I listened to, even when you guys spoke about Roe versus Wade, and to hear some of their commentators was like, no, they voted those constituents in those states. I mean, those representatives of those states, they represent their people. If they don't give them the right to abortions, then they need to take that up with their representatives. Don't come over here taking it up with us in the federal. Oh my God. Yeah. So you're absolutely right. America is not an emotional place. For the things that are coming down the pipeline, infrastructure is really big right now, and they threw in money. They threw in a lot of money for small business, a lot of money to teach entrepreneurship, but for people to get contracting. I thought it was really interesting. But what people don't get is that if you don't get your investing down pat to build your own capital for business to increase your capacity in your business, then they're gonna still wean you out, especially if you don't get paying those taxes down or reporting. Let me say that, reporting your income taxes and taking advantage of some of the credits and the deductions they have available to you. So we can go back and forth about which color is better, red or the blue, or which one is going to benefit you more. Well, I don't care which one of them is there. If you don't know how to work them regulations to your benefit, you are in trouble. And I think that this tax year is going to be very interesting because this is going to be the first year, even though we're still in a pandemic, but coming out of all of that federal money that you're going to see true pictures. I'm going to tell y'all right now, for those of you hit in the nonprofit world, if you have a tax exempt organization of any sort, whether it's a 501c4, 501c3, 501c, whatever, and you have not reported your 990s and you've only been doing and you receive any federal money in the last couple of years, they gonna come see about you. When you, I'm gonna tell you right now, they've already started. They're sending out. The IRS is now on 2019, I think. They're just getting to 2019. If you have a break-in filings, they sending you penalty letters. You need to understand the reg. There's a reasonable, read the letter thoroughly. The federal, they'll always give you a way out of something. But if you don't read all that information, you won't know what to do. So either you're going to do an abatement or you're going to do a reason for cause to get yourself out of that. But they will send you a penalty if you have not filed your taxes. That's personal, especially in the nonprofit world, because they hadn't been paying attention to nonprofit for a long time. They're going to come see about you. If you've filed 990s and then you filed the postcard and then you jump back to a 990, they're going to come see about you about that. They're going to make you refile your state charitable Secretary of State where you're supposed to report your financials. They're going to come see about you as well. If you've been filing postcards, you're going to have to file 990s because they're leveraging the information that they're receiving from the federal SBA and all them folks out there and guess what? Remember, your information is online on a public domain. So if you've received any money from the federal, whether it's PPP or EIDL, they can see your information. They're gonna look when you do your filings, they're gonna come after you. They don't care. It's not emotional. So if you're not keeping up, if you've only did it for just that moment, and then all of a sudden, oh, you didn't dissolve a business, or maybe you're no longer doing it. That's why I said do corporate minutes or do a memorandum for record. Okay, I'm no longer freelancing, or I'm no longer an independent contractor, or whatever. You better have something, because these folks, they're coming after the little people. Even though they're frying the big fish, they still gonna come after you. They're hiring so many people just for fraud. Now they don't have nobody to process your paperwork on time, but they sure got millions of dollars to hire people to go detect fraud. Okay, so it goes to show you how much they actually care. They don't. Just make sure you got your stuff in order, and that if you don't know what to do, you need to get yourself a tax preparer or someone who understands it. Because if you're running these organizations, or if you guys are affiliated, or people who have started these nonprofits supposedly for community development, and they are not doing the financial piece of it, or they think that they could just kind of fly by the wayside, and nothing is mailed anymore. Everything is electronically filed. They're going to get you for that. So if you've mailed a 2019 or a 2020 990, and you have not already electronically filed, and you haven't got that letter in the mail yet, oh, trust me, it's coming. That $10,000 penalty is coming for both years. So if you guys may want to get on it, I think I need to cover that again too. Someone hit me up about student loan, the closures of student loans. We got to revisit that when you have some time too again, Brother AE.
Yeah, because they're on that warpath for trying to leverage that. We talked about this. Remember, we said right when they get close to election, they're gonna try to leverage that. You know, string it out there, try.
They coming for that too. They coming for that. I know in the month of July, I think medical bills are gonna drop off your credit report. So that's good news for some people.
Or any delinquencies on student loan, they removed that, which was great because that helped a lot of people with scores. I was hearing about it.
Yes, they removed that.
They gave you a reset. Yeah.
Right. There's a and I guess I covered it on the next live. There's a phone number you could call to find out if you on the no pay list. That means that you have some type of federal debt out there. If you have a retail license and you haven't been, let me back it up. If you started your business during the pandemic for the sake of those COVID funds, and you did a withholding number with the Department of Revenue in your state, and you got the funding and you paid out payroll, and then now maybe for 2 months, 3 months, however long your money lasted, and then you're no longer doing that, and you're not filing your quarterly zero returns because you probably don't have payroll, or you haven't shut it down as if you dissolved that part of the business, oh, your name is on the list. Listen, they come and see about y'all, all right? That's all I gotta say.
Thanks.
Right.
They come. It's so much information to put out. Like I sat there and I thought about, like, man, it's so much stuff to update that people I know they're probably just not even paying attention to. And I know when I start seeing some people that are close to me, they start getting letters and they start panicking and everything. And I said, well, you know what? There's one thing about the government that I know is that they always give you a way out. The question is if you're gonna follow up. Mm-hmm. So you will always have a hardship opportunity. You will always have a reason for cause. You will always have an abatement. If it's your first time ever, you can always file an abatement. If you have hardship, you can file that. But I will tell you that if you Googled ways to waive IRS penalties, they will share with you they will share with you a sample on how the letter should be written. They will share with you what not to put in the letter. They're not gonna, forgive it or waive those debts if you just say you don't have no money to pay it back, or those kind of things. They tell you what you need to say. So you just have to read. You can look for samples. Another good thing that's come out, if you guys, I don't know the level of the audience who may be listening, but if you like I am and you're dealing with GSA, GSA has put out a moratorium that for you to increase your prices, so your economic price adjustment. So those people who are doing business and they want to increase their prices, maybe they're doing contracting and right now they are losing money because of inflation, then GSA has put out a moratorium that they are waiving the rules for adjusting your prices. So that's something to look into. So if you're dealing with anything or any companies where you may have to adjust your prices, you may want to speak with whoever is in charge of those procurements to be able to do so. Because if you're operating under rates probably prior to I would say the fourth quarter of 2021, then you're probably losing money. If you're not losing money, you're cutting into your profits. I'm almost sure of that. So you may want to jump on that very quickly. Oh Lord, it's so much going on that if you don't start looking at your whole situation from a business perspective, and then going back to the drawing board, pulling out a piece of paper and seeing how you can outline and stay above water, then you're going to get left behind and you're going to play the blame game So it is opportunities for you to stay ahead. However, unfortunately, like the people that I'm helping in the rural areas, those fixed income, you're barely making over $1,800 a month, less than 12 and 14,000 a year. And they're wanting you to take out a loan to fix out your house for money that's already written off. Like you could have gave them that whole 50,000 in a grant. I mean, what was it going to hurt? Where are you going to put the money? And I think I heard After Emporium said this earlier. They getting ready to shift that money. So all that money in reference to Planned Parenthood and all of that, yeah, I don't hear nobody talking about what they're gonna do with that.
Yeah, Andre spoke to that. Yeah, and that's all it is, just repurposing, right? They just, like they always do, they ship from one dead program, or they mind is another from one program to the next, right?
Right.
And that's just a natural order of business, right? When they're trying to free up capital, to utilize it for something else or repurpose it for something else. Essentially, they don't have to go to the printing press to do it. They just cut one program for next. Case in point, as soon as the Ukraine-Russia scenario kicked off, all the money that they had earmarked within the infrastructure bill, in terms of COVID,
they took it.
The COVID stuff out. That money is supposed to go to keep schools safe for your kids.
They took it.
They took it and gave it to Ukrainians. Couldn't make this stuff up.
And I want to watch to see where they shift this rural area housing money, because I know in Carolina they don't have that many. Matter of fact, I only got one darn application approved, and September is almost here, and it's taking them 3 to 4 months just to approve one application. That's crazy. So I'm interested to see where they're getting ready to shift these dollars. And I'm sure in other states, people probably don't even know about the program. So they ain't using it. They're not using their money. And I heard you say, you talked about Claiborne earlier. Yeah, we all up on, like, it's crazy because he's probably going to win the election again. And, oh my God.
He got what he need to, as far as his district over Marcel, even though they redistrict. But again, because Marcel was late, he was kind of late into it, and the traction that he got was more grassroots based, given I think Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, like the Black, I guess the Black Authority, some of those guys, they were really strong, trying to get him out there. I think somebody was saying they're trying to get into the on too as well, Sister Monica. I don't know if they
to where
get inside the Zoom. I think somebody said somebody trying to get in.
Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't paying attention.
I might have missed it. I just saw something.
Yeah, he did. That was Jermaine. Okay, I got him.
But yeah, that's the extent of that. It's just based upon, again, now's the time to be circling your wagons, because again, it's that serious now, because from a policy perspective, you need people who are going to help do the business for you, right? At least some kind of form of somebody behind you, trying to cater to your interests, because again, as the business aspect of America is set in place in terms of it being a corporation, and we spoke about nepotism tonight, we know that's the number one thing that most Black people are definitely being hurt by. The ideal of moms in business, dads in business, they're gonna hire family first, right? You may be qualified, got all the degrees in the world, but it ain't enough, right? It's that ain't enough to separate them being on code over your expertise of education. You went into debt to be a fair equal player, and it still isn't enough up against a society that is still codified in a way where, like in most cases of self-preservation, they're gonna honor their less fortunate first than they do our greatest, right? Then one, the LBJ, right? The lowest of what? Poor white men still have more power than that of the most wealthiest Black person, right? Paraphrasing, of course, but y'all, that was their word, right? The president said that. Our president said that, right? So seriously, like, why are we still playing this game, with this inclusive silliness, right? Not saying that you need to separate yourself from opportunity. I'm just saying, where you're not being comfortable and figuring out why you need to also practice, group economics too in your quest, even if you're, out there in other aspects of the corporate lanes, you still need to see the importance of it is my point, I guess. Because maybe at some point you can kind of Voltron that thing and build a big business, right? That everybody can now, benefit from, where they don't have to deal with all that, the headache of, society, looking at them sideways, right? Hence we talk about the minority of a minority community in the LGBTQ, how they built such a level of a firewall around them, and corporate sponsors and this, that, and the third. They got all this power, and they are like a minority of a minority.
Right.
And they get benefits. Like they ain't nobody even asking questions, ain't no special hearings being held. They just pop up, hey, we need this, and guess what? Cut the check, and that check get cut.
On another note, have you seen, I'm sure you did, you probably spoke on it, I probably wasn't paying attention. Have you seen the news on Uganda and the gold?
I might have missed it, but I'm sure it's in my news feed somewhere possible.
They discovered I think it's 100.
A big deposit. They had another big deposit found. Look at that.
Yeah, 131 million tons.
Metric tons. That's what
yeah, that's true. I said, watch America go over there talking about they got.
They're already over there. Asians already over there. The Saudis already over there, and definitely, the own vestiges of the colonial, regime over there. Same way how they tried to do, the ideal of, Zimbabwe, right? This whole idea when they let these minorities come in and control all the resources, the wealth of it, and annex a lot of the indigenous people away from that. That's still today, man. That's a whole nother can of worms. Goodness, though, I really get in my feelings tonight. Ooh, boy, that's open up a can of worms, because we're dealing with that now in this country, right? Because y'all know what it is. We're trying to get reparations. The Joker undermining that, our plight do that, right? And material value of our wealth is not based in the ground, the resource is based in the fact that we built this country from the ground up. That's a debt that's owed. Stop playing, right? We don't have no fallback land that we can go to get resources for to fight from what we got, right? Until one of these nations step up and say, okay, yeah, we played a part in this, and we owe some kind of form of aid to y'all to help y'all get on y'all feet. Until that happens, we can't play this game. But Jokers got resources in the ground, and they letting other people control it. Think about that. That bothers me, that people reaching and acting like they can't get that. Like they don't see that. Right? You can't have all inclusive policy. When someone harmed you, you can't add in everybody else that had not been inflicted. Like, you don't do that in the court of law. Stop playing. You don't go to civil court when you know a person wronged you and say, you know what, but I also want to add this person because they told me that, they got to cost it at some point. And I'm adding into my lawsuit. Like, no, man, come on, man. Why people be reaching? Stop playing.
Reaching like a mother.
I'm serious. I'm so sick of that. Like at this day and age, man, people don't get it, man. So that's why I say people have they are just that indigent when it comes to business and political science and even jurisprudence, or they just playing dumb. They just playing dumb, and they just what they call back in the day. Y'all know we call it what, cop blocking, right? They did cop blocking, right? They like, no, bro, stop playing. Y'all keep it 100. Y'all get it for the adults in the building. Like, stop playing. We trying to get our bag. We trying to get what owed to us. If you don't want to come and amalgamate and understand the codification of everything we've been talking about tonight, far as the value of nepotism, how that is a big problem, and it has always been a big problem in America. Other people come in and know that, they click up, they use us, but they don't share with us, right? And that's the part that bothers me. So when we speak business and we say, okay, this is why we need to get on code, we need to circle our wagon, we need this, that, the third, we need to branch out, educate people properly about these things that at least we have a somewhat of a interest in, financial literacy, and investments and business and all this. And then you take that information, then you go take it and, again, utilizing a way where you don't necessarily play it from a reciprocal perspective and bring it back or pay it forward, at least to other people. That's problematic, right? But when it comes to the idea, even the government benefits that we're trying to get, in this case, in terms of a debt that's owed, that's literally inside of a treaty. It's a treaty on the paper right now, the Freedmen Act. Like, stop playing. Like real quick, like look, man. All right, boy. Yo, man, we need to have this conversation, but I know I ain't finna go all the way, but I'm just gonna keep it 100, right? People don't understand this. It's getting to that point because yet we're still trying to think about everybody else anywhere we can, right? To be inclusive to that, right? But people they taking out kindness for weakness. That bothers me. Like I'm sharing this right now, and this is personal to me, but I'm sharing. That's great right there. Great. Great. Right? When you think about great, we talk about what? That's a minimum. That's a minimum of what? About 150 years minimum.
Yep.
What year is it right now? 2020. Do minus 150 years from that. That's my great. That's personal to me right there, right? And you see how they stand. Look, even what they were dealing with, they still standing tall. Everybody clean. Derby's on everything. Stop playing. Stop playing.
You ain't lying. They
Stop
clean.
playing with me, man. People ain't finna come for me. I got my paperwork on deck. That's great. All right, so I take this stuff serious, man, because I see it. I know what it is, right? I know what's going on here. I know the Dulo twist is in effect. I know people flexing off us. Everybody want to use us, but nobody want to really champion us getting what we deserve. And they don't realize that it's supposed to be a pipeline. And say, while that's important, but I say this too. In the interim of that, we're still out there trying to, again, still bridge the layers on where we can work with everybody else because, meaning at least within our little circles here and there. And a lot of people still not, seeing that for what it is, right? Because one thing what I love about the stock market, like we always say, or any asset value or income producing asset that deals in this lane, forest, Bitcoin, whatever, it's open source. Anybody can do it, right? Anybody, right? So we're open to share that lane, right? We're open to share that lane, right? And I'm a big proponent of the cultural value aspect of our diaspora, right? Ain't no secret. I mean, y'all see my icon, right? I get it, right? I get it. I ain't hardcore with it like some of these, I shouldn't say that because I know people are coming, but I ain't, I'm not on that Dane Calloway, tribe stuff. I ain't on that stuff, right? But I get it. But I need people to stop reaching and acting like they don't get it. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of us are doing that. We're opening up lanes for other people because we know how this stuff is, how it is and how it runs. And then as soon as it happens, Joker just want to start acting, getting beside themselves, right? They start acting funny. They start, they're not getting it, or they're not at least on code. If nothing else, just stay on code. You see what I'm saying? Don't hurt what we're trying to achieve, the policies and being able to, accrue the grants. Don't just jump in and start eating and don't, see that, right? That is necessary, that you can't say certain incendiary things that may hurt other people that's trying to, get what they need from the system. Again, it's a corporation, it's a business. America is a business.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out why those who have the ears of the people won't take advantage of some of these grants I did. Because all you need is numbers. If you got the numbers, you got the people to teach the different areas that they're looking for to get some of this. Because if you got numbers, that's the part where I say the church could really maximize, because they could get numbers so easy, right? And there's so much dollars out there. And that's why these folks, when they build in their churches, they build cathedrals, because they use their numbers to get the tax-free money to do this stuff, because they're putting in the daycares and the feeding programs and the housing and this, that, and whatever, because they're going to take America money. They don't care. They ain't even believing in it. They're going to take it. They don't care how you get it, but they're going to get them checks though. And we just let it go by the wayside, because we get emotional about, oh, that's the government, I ain't gonna do that. Man, get you somebody who know how to keep them books and go get them dollars, and then you can get your conferences and you can let your people come in for free because you got them paying for it.
Everybody does except
everybody does but us. I'm like, what are we doing? I had this conversation with Reggie, and he might pop up if I say his name. I said, why, won't they, when I asked him questions, he's like, because sometime back then, I think someone in Harlem, they got in trouble. They misappropriated funds, and ever since then, they preached against getting grants and stuff because the government will come after you. No, the government only comes after you if you don't do what you say you was going to do in that proposal. But you already doing what you say you're gonna do. You already doing it. You galvanizing people. You doing financial literacy. You doing it all on. You doing conferences. I see the guys the Earn Your Leisure. That's it, right?
Yep.
They got a business. Yeah, they got a business conference coming up. And I'm like, man, if they didn't partner with somebody to get these buildings and all that stuff for free, I mean, I'm sure hundreds are gonna show up, or if not thousands, that they could have maximized on that number, and a lot of the stuff they get ready to do probably could have been free, because the infrastructure bill is for teaching small businesses. Oh my God, it drives me. I said, boy, I wish I had that kind of social
exposure.
Power.
Yep. And they gaining traction. I give them a little credit. They made it to CNBC recently. They got exposed on CNBC. Right. Guy Frank exposed. He did an expose on that, how those that cultural aspect where it's gaining traction and getting the Black investment side of that spectrum, getting people at least excited about financial literacy. That's how they kind of cast it. But it's important. For for what it is, we're just a small cog, right? In the grand scheme of this, this mechanized movement, right? In our own little lane. We may not have hundreds of people tuning in all at once, but it's out there, right? When it's out there, it's out there. At some point, it'll reach who it needs to reach. Because I realize, again, like I said, as much as it is a numbers game, it's still more of an interest game, right?
Oh yeah,
gotta be interest, right?
Gotcha.
And without that, again, it just like Charlie Brown, right? The teachers, right? Talking, and it's like I don't get that. But for us, we get it. It's just slowly but surely. We're just trying to, we're building on it. We're building on it. We're building on it. And from there, we'll let the chips fall as they may. But I will say this: above all things, we're consistent. We're consistent. We've been consistent, right? This whole value in this. I came in since Monkey was already doing this, right? I just tried to add value wherever I could. I was square with Garfield in the beginning, like, hey, this is what I'm about. This is what I want to add value. No more, no less. Believe me when I say I'm not going to take away, I'm only going to add. And my education has just been just that much more important than it is, maybe with him speaking about the ideal of credit. Yours is when it came to business, right? And everybody else that added value. Sister Cheryl and everybody else that came through here. But like you said earlier, it's not hard to see our growth in this. Over Chris, right? It ain't hard to see our growth in this.
People always ask, they say, how y'all still friends? Well, especially me, me and Cheryl, because they see us together sometimes. And I'm like, because, in the very beginning, when you meet genuine people that's genuine, that has knowledge base, and they just want to share and they just want to see everybody do good, we don't have those rules. We don't have those falling outs and all that extra stuff that people be doing. Because our mission, we established at the beginning, like you said, when you first came in, you said, listen, I want to add to it. I'm not trying to take it away. And this is what I want to do. And that's what we do. To this day, we still, matter of fact, let me add a little plug in. Cheryl trains for U-Haul. So if y'all know anybody from 16 years old on up that needs a job, if they go on uhaul.com, go to the customer service section, and then select at 12 o'clock, you want to train at noon, Cheryl will be your trainer. Cheryl, who used to be on the live stream with us, she has a 16-year-old. She only have one person in our class right now. They're hiring like hotcakes. And she said a 16-year-old performs better than an adult sometimes. And so she said they're hiring. So if anybody wants a job, that's what Cheryl's doing. She's training for U-Haul.
Phenomenal, right? Again, adding value, right? Straight adding value.
And also, if you have college students, y'all know any college students that's made in South Carolina that's majoring, wants to be a teacher or counselor, the Youth Challenge is looking to intern teachers and counselors. So if y'all know any of anybody out here of that nature, tell them hit me up. We got the plug. We definitely can get them in the gate. So
powerful information, and again, a lot as we always try to do, a lot, just to kind of lead people through that portal, right? That wealth of information. And of course, I don't claim to be a jack of all trades, right? I stick to my lane. I may have some, information about a lot of different areas of interest. And that's one thing I will say, again, just by being in the investment lane. I know we got some people, the brothers in the room too. I don't just like we control the room, but I definitely want to hear from Family Wu and our brother Jermaine. They're on, welcome, gentlemen. All right. If y'all able to open up your mics, maybe build on, be it the market or anything.
I speak up. Sisters, how y'all doing? I speak up.
Peace, family. Yeah, y'all guys got the floor. I know we going in. I know, but
I like listening, man. I like
show my face.
Please.
I even show my face too, man. But peace and blessings abroad, man, to everybody, man. I've been tuned in. I've actually been a part of the group for some time now. I'll chime in here and there. I work 2 jobs in between my trading. So and I'm a family man too. Got a kid, got the girl, got all that stuff going on. But I'm definitely enjoying and liking what I'm hearing because I'm kind of on that same frequency. I really like what you said, man. It's not a money thing. You have to have an actual interest in it, and I feel personally once somebody grasps the concept of that America is a business and how they do business, then that's when the interest will start peaking more, man. So like I'm all for that, pushing it, the financial literacy, the group economics, getting all together and just spreading the knowledge, man. So I'm here for it, man. You know what I mean? I appreciate the energy, I appreciate the love. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. That's it, man. My name is Wu, by the way, man. I try my best to participate in the group to show my presence. But I've been trading for about like 2 years now.
Nice.
I started trading forex in a foreign exchange market. So I trade mostly that. I recently this year just got into the stock market, but I haven't really dived all the way into it because I'm still trying to educate myself on on the logistics and make it all make sense. So that's another reason why I'm here too. So like it feels good too, man. So I'm going off the vibes. I'm going with my spirit tell me. So yeah, man. That's it right nice. There, man.
But you're right as that, man. I tell you, I've always made it very, in my opinion, of course, again, I'm speaking for myself here, because I have this mantra where I say, you know what? Well, I had the idea in my mind. I said, you know what? For us, I think for us to learn things like this or be in spaces like this, the best thing that we can do is make people feel comfortable, right? Because we know how this stuff is. A lot of times it's intimidating, right? Especially if you think other people may know more than you, whatever, right? But what I realized in this stuff, being in this stuff for years now, is that I love it because it really doesn't have it's not a class system in investing and trading. If you know what I mean, meaning like, if you're hungry, you can learn, you can leapfrog anybody in this stuff, right? Because it's about connecting dots. It's about research methodology. It's about time in, study, value, being, autodidact in your free time, being, again, like an open source, value, is opening yourself up to the knowledge, right? And what you do with that and how you interpret it, it's like that's where the money is made, right? Again, within the value of the discipline, the due diligence, right? As we like to say, due diligence and discipline, right? Right equals dollars, right? That's business 101, to be honest, right? That goes across a lot of different lines, right? No matter what you're doing, right? Relationships and all, right? Due diligence and discipline equals a good, good relationship, same way, right? But those are kind of like the prerequisites, right? Those are the, what we come from in that regard. So I like that, again, that value in that where, again, even a person that comes in that's magna cum laude, like they'll still suck at investing and trading if they don't understand the building block. You got good programs, you got a degree, right? All it is, you might got the master, but again, if you don't understand how this stuff really works, you will just completely suck at it, right? It comes with time in the game, right? Time in the game, time in the study habits, the knowledge, right?
Man, seriously, man, you right about that, man. I'm only 2 years in, and I still feel like I don't know. You know what I mean? There's just always something to learn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got to continue to sharpen my sword.
And to this day, Buffett's still learning, ain't he? Right? Warren
Man,
Buffett still learning right there, ain't he? Because he still take L's, don't he?
Man, hey, you know what's funny that it's funny that you mentioned him. I was reading an article this morning how they were saying that where's his money gonna go when he dies? So I guess he has a trust. He established a trust that when he does die, that 85% of his wealth is to go to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Right.
So
they got that relationship. You know, of course, they've been back and forth for a moment. You know, supporting each other's. Yeah.
Exactly. So and somebody asked me. I was telling my girl about it. And she asked me, why did he do that? And I told her that that's what we need to be doing. Like they're doing that for their wealth purposes and for their people to continue the wealth and to pass it on. It's like they passing the torch down. You know what I'm saying? But
think about that. That's important.
Yeah,
it's very important.
Yeah, one of the things we've gotten into with my HBCU was doing putting insurance policies. Like if you passing your insurance policies to the HBCU, if you didn't have anyone to give it to, or to open up a policy, $10,000 policy, 5, whatever, and when you pass, to send it to the HBCU.
Another form of an endowment, right there.
Mm-hmm.
A smart way to do it too. To be honest, you think about that. Just people who may not have kids, right? Or like I said, any heirs that they're gonna leave, whatever assets they have left behind. And it's sad too, because I was reading, I'm sure y'all saw, like I did, what they did to the brother Chadwick Boseman estate. Like how they just carved up his estate. Now it was only like $3 some odd million, right? Because he left us too soon, obviously, right? He left us way too soon. And when they did this, when the probate finished with his estate, because he didn't have a trust and all that stuff in play, because y'all know what it is. Sad. Mm-hmm. Did y'all know that they took a whole third of his estate?
What?
Like 900 million? Or not 900?
No, 900,000. It was only like 3 million. The wife got like, I think 1.3. The family, like the mother, they got like another $1 million, and then the probate took almost a whole $1 million.
What?
Facts. I was devastated. I was like,
that's crazy.
This is the stuff that blow me. And he was, keep in mind, this brother was on his way, right? Of course, he was on his way. Panther, he would still be receiving royalties right now, because of that movie, right? And then the other movies he had done, he was starting to get, good on his way. Of course, Denzel Washington took him under his wing, really taught him a lot about the game. He was on his way, granted, so his money was still, in flux. It was on his way. But again, he left us too soon. Again, he had an ailment at some point. My thing within that, of course, as a person, I know I may sound a little sensitive here, but like, why didn't he have people around him to help him, with what he needed, at that point when he began to turn a little terminal, right? Yeah. He should have had people who loved him to be in his corner and say, hey, from a financial disposition, just in case, let's get your business affairs in order, right? Let's do this now. Probate, South Carolina took over $900,000 from him.
Damn.
Now, I think it was South Carolina. I think he did the probate through South Carolina. I could be wrong. It was one of them. But the fact that probate took that much from him, a whole third. He didn't owe the city that. He didn't owe them. He didn't. It wasn't a tax thing. Like they just service. They billed them out $900,000+.
Wow.
That's definitely
robbery.
That's definitely
plantation robbery.
Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Hey, I'm still young. I'm gonna be 32 this year, and even people in my age bracket, I encourage them to get life insurance. I encourage them to create a trust or a will. like just to avoid all that stuff, man, because there are piranhas out there when it comes to that, man.
Tragic. You know, I mean, again, couldn't make this stuff up. And so when people act like, you know, we just talking, you know, side, or they don't, or I should say, they don't understand the importance of it. That in itself is very, very problematic.
Indeed.
Very problematic. They took a whole third of that man money. They didn't earn not one penny, and they just took it.
Speaking of wills, who on the panel do wills? I know somebody who can come and speak to that, because I think people have a misunderstanding of how, why or how or when you should get a will.
I can speak on that. I've actually helped people with you know, setting things up like that, but I will say this. It's just a matter of putting words on paper, you know, and making your request.
And
there are other things too as well that will determine and you know, validate it. Of course, like a notary or a witness, you know, as long as you have that, that is like the final say so right there. As long as you have it documented, I guess you can say. So somebody can literally right now write, when I die, I want $100 to go to my son every month until I run out of money. Signed off, me, and I have two you know, witnesses sign off on it as well. And I can go extra with it by getting them to do you know, a notary, or have them putting their right thumbprint next to their signature. It's really just that, you know. And I feel that people take advantage of people too with that, because it's really that simple, that where they charge people these crazy amounts, you know, $2,000, $3,000, when it's really that simple. So, you know, it's really that simple. So it's really at your discretion on how you would want to set that up, and you know, what you would want to put on there.
Wow, that's good business. We need to do I need to do a stream on that whenever you're available.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely with that. Definitely, I could talk that over there.
Definitely a misconception, and if y'all know a notary, they definitely can come on to that, because I think that goes over a lot of people's head on just understand that, even though we saying, wow, it's just as simple as that. A lot of individuals, like right now, I'm doing housing repairs, and people who have aired property, right? Like just like he just spoke in reference to, you know, Chadwick and that paperwork not being in order, and what the probate can come in and do. Just so people to understand that, hey, you know, if this, some people, the documents, they haven't touched it in so long, they don't even know what's on it. You know, so my airing things, you know, things of that nature, like that really needs to be, you know, some things that just needs to be talked about, that somebody out there that may be listening and just didn't even think about it, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely stress it. Like, I definitely stress it out, you know, like create a trust, you know, and start learning how to, you know, be the administrator of that, because, you know, things change in life, circumstances happen. So like when things happen, that's when you just adjust. It's like life, you know, when things get thrown at you, you don't you adjust to it, you know, you find ways to work around it, you find loopholes, you know. So I would say it's the same concept.
Right.
Agree. Yep.
Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, I love that y'all talking about this stuff, man. It's refreshing to talk to a collective about things like this, because not everybody is hip like they say they are.
Lane, you're in the right place, bro. I tell you, you know, because
well, people don't want to
symbolizes.
Yeah, and people don't like to reveal their lack of knowledge. You know, that's why you just got to kind of put it out there and hope that, you know, those who needed to hear it can take it and use it, because no one wants to say it at 45 that they don't know, they didn't know that they just needed to write something on a paper, put their thumbprint, notarize it, and it could stand just as if they went to a lawyer's office. You know, nobody wants to admit they're like,
Absolutely.
hey.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's yeah,
But
definitely.
your kids gonna be fighting over the simplest little thing. You're gonna wish you had,
Yeah.
you know, because
And
they
then
went.
the probate gonna try to figure out how they can take away the majority of it, right? Because they ain't organized, right? Because again,
Right.
I think one of our biggest Achilles heel is what when we are faced with those uncertain moments, and you have people in the family who are up and down the food chain, so to speak, in terms of class, and then when someone prominent in the family passes, what happens? There's a moment where people are stuck in trying to figure out who's gonna pay for the funeral. Like that bothers me. Like that's like the biggest problem that's plaguing Black people. Like we can't even put our people in the ground.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man, it's crazy. That is very true. It's a very sad story right there.
GoFundMe's and all kind of stuff.
Man,
to
people
put
on the
somebody our
streets.
own family in the ground.
Man, people on the streets doing car washes with signs out and stuff. Man, that stuff hurts my heart.
Serious, true story. You know,
and you know, I'm gonna
level.
I'm gonna be transparent. I've done it before. I've been there. You know, at the time.
Well, I know I have. Look,
yeah. You know,
man,
at
when I was
the
in
time,
college, man, my father paid when I was in college, bro.
Yeah, like, you know,
look,
at the time I was ignorant at the fact, you know, but you know, now that I know what I know, you know, I gotta, like I say, you gotta adjust and just move different.
Man, listen, the first time we had to do a dinner or something, man, I went home. I was like, hey, my mom knew my mom was good. My dad, I was like, you got some insurance? He's like, yeah, man, I got insurance. I said, well, we need to increase that because we got to make sure.
Right, yeah, no slip ups, right? When it get
For
ready
real.
to get right. We're not talking about no $5,000 positive because that ain't gonna carry cover the funeral service at this point because the cost of food, cost of living is going up even for the funeral home direct.
Yeah.
Ricky Smellum on the funeral home. Yeah, go to the funeral home. Yeah, but look at it.
My dad talking about, man, don't be spending all that money. Look, you can burn me and then take me.
That's what my dad said, and we did everything except that. Ain't that something? We so programmed.
He said, burn
He's
me.
like, cremate me. It's gonna be cheap. It'd be
right.
good.
He
we
said,
gotta have this. It was hilarious.
Throw me in the lake near you. Make sure you throw me close to the bank because I can't swim.
Right. I heard Jugger say they throw me on the brush pile. They throw me on the brush pile, fry some chicken. They call it a day. I can't do that in the ground. Throw me on the brush pile. Fry some chicken. Maybe use some Lowry season or something. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy though. I mean, you know, him being a millionaire, we might think like, oh, you know, that, but shoot, you got, you know, you have some valuables that family might want, you know, and you just need to make sure that everybody's squared away and that nobody has to, you know, scramble, move around. Because people, you can't even mourn properly. You over here trying to figure out how you're going to bury somebody.
That's the biggest problem. That's why we are so scarred. We can't mourn properly because there's a need to handle one little piece of business that's a thorn in everybody's side because they're going to keep reliving the fact that why this is untimely for most people who leave. Untimely. Or even when they lived a fruitful life and things still didn't, you know, be in place or wasn't in place enough to cover, you know, that headache of it where we could just focus on, you know, respecting the value of the ceremony. That's all up in shambles. Like at some point we got to get out of this, you know, this trauma state, you know, work our way up out of it some kind of way. And it's not going to happen, you know, on a whim, right? It's not going to be pie in the sky. We're going to have to work ourselves out of this, you know, this regimen, these quote unquote, these little curses, if you will. I don't know what they is, but it just so ain't natural to me. Right. And man.
I know it's like it just doesn't play your favor. You be like, God damn, can we get a break?
Weird. You know, weird. You got to us, you know, nothing else. Yeah, I went in the military, granted. I did that the third. If nothing else, guess what? Uncle Sam can pay for it, right? Beyond my policies, right? If nothing else, Uncle Sam can put me in the ground. Y'all ain't got to worry about that. If nothing else, right? That's the least benefit that I got that you ain't got to worry about. That's one thing you worry about because, yeah, you can do the same. Throw me on the brush pile, fry some kale or something again. I don't know. but at least that part be taken care of, right?
Yep.
But beyond that, you still need the access. You need those policies, right? You need that money payout. You need that. Hey, I gotta leave people something to fight with, right? Assets has to be in place because, man, it's finna get brutal. It's getting brutal more and more, right? You gotta leave people something that they can fight with. All right. So
yes,
that's
and
important.
that's
Definitely. I agree 100% with that, man. And I appreciate y'all, man, for the knowledge that y'all do, share in the group. And I know that you guys have these powwows, often. So I'm gonna be tuning in more, man. I appreciate y'all.
No, we appreciate you. Thank you, Chris Wu. And you're welcome anytime you see us go live, man. Hey, jump in, right? Anytime you see us post a link, if you're available, as we like to say, we are in the business of Ubuntu. I am because we are, right?
Absolutely, man. I've been sitting in my car. I done went past my lunchtime. I done been sitting in my car, listening to y'all this whole time.
You on the grind, my man.
Bro, we've been there before. We've been up, man. 4 o'clock in the morning.
Man, we had it in. We
Hey,
definitely come from that. Goodness.
For sure. Hey, so if I leave the group, man, that y'all know why, man. But again, man, I appreciate y'all, man. My honors to everybody. Peace and blessings, bro.
No, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming on. I wish we'd known that we would have definitely opened the mic. We were just doing like we normally been talking. We ain't know. We were like, man, no, let family get in. Let it be. Right.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's all good. Yeah, that's me, man. So y'all know for next time.
All right. Appreciate you, family. Appreciate you.
All right.
peace.
Brother Jermaine, you there? Because you've been in.
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Man, the floor is yours, man. We've just been going on and on, man. The floor is yours, man.
Yeah, man. I'm a very, very good listener. I'm on Clubhouse the majority of the time, so I do a lot of listening anyway. And that's how I met Shaniqua. Shaniqua was the one who put me into the group, and ever since I've been in there, I like the energy. The vibe is cool. Ain't no BS going on. I like what y'all brothers be talking about, what y'all post.
And sister.
Hey, you took the words out of my mouth. I was coming.
Hey, put my feet on that one, boy.
Listen, I was coming.
Get in,
waiting. God, cool. So yeah, Shaniqua brought me over here because she knew that I had a little bit of strategy going on, being as though I just started in trading back in November of 21. I took a real liking to it, almost like the stock whisperer, if you will.
Nice.
And even though I didn't know the technicals and I didn't read charts and all that other stuff, I was gaining a lot of success, not even reading charts, just off my gut feelings and stuff like that. So since reading the charts now and understanding some of the terminology and stuff like that, I took on to it even a lot more. Okay, I got kind of addicted, just so to speak. Reason being is because I used to play high stakes poker, and I couldn't take it no more. I couldn't take gambling and watching these guys, lose money, and I got their money in my pocket, and I know they going home and they can't pay their mortgage, and I shouldn't have been thinking about it like that, but I was, and I had to stop. I had to stop playing because it started getting next to me. So in November, I had got on Clubhouse, and there was these rooms, talking about stock options. And I always knew about hard shares, but I never knew about stock options before.
Right, derivatives, yeah.
Right. So they start, kicking about stock options and Bitcoin and Forex and blah, blah, blah. So it still took me a while to catch on. However, once I did, and I got in there and I did my first trade, and it actually took me like 3 weeks to make my first profit. It was on AMD, as a matter of fact. I'll never forget it. I think I did like 1,800% on my first.
Nice.
So that's my story. And since then, like I said, I've been doing the charts, been following y'all in the group, and going my little back and forth. I'm very new at this, like I said. So anything that I post is all about just my experiences. At the end of the day, it's not to brag or to boast. That's why I even post my losses also. to show you like, hey, I messed up. Case in point, yesterday when I should have got out of my SPY call and forgot that the daggone meeting was yesterday, went and just started doing something, came back to the stock, and the damn thing was worth like $12. So when it was worth $189 when the market opened yesterday. So, little things like that, just avoiding little costly mistakes like that, because it's like I had $300 in my hand, and it was crazy because that was like one of the biggest trades I made. I put almost $98 on, and I did $93 on that trade, and wound up hitting for like 180 or almost 200, and I let it slip right out of my hand. So that was a lesson learned. But anyway, a little backstory.
It's process. No, I jump in there because that's the greatest thing about this is the journey. It's learning how to like anything, compartmentalize all this newfound information and knowledge, right? It's like putting the puzzle together. Like once you realize when the puzzle begins to take shape, you realize that you don't have to try to cram pieces that don't necessarily fit. You begin to realize, okay, this is not gonna look, this not gonna work, right? And that just from what they call a natural observation, just overlooking multiplicity of puzzles on the table and trying to ID what looked somewhat similar, right? The whole idea of the market being one big pattern, one big trend. I kind of speak from that perspective when I'm trying to show people the semblance of what that looks like. From a technical perspective, the fundamentals is that you already come from some kind of form of understanding about buyers and sellers, consumers, right? Products and services, right? Having a background, even when dealing with poker, understanding the value of speculative value, probability of cards, right? It has semblance there, right? That's why most people who are obviously, big investors are big Vegas freaks, right? They love the ideal of high stake poker. Again, it's the speculative aspect of challenging the unknown in a lot of ways, right? But the difference is, of course, there's strategy intertwined with this, right? As opposed to being a somewhat of a draw of the luck, right? Of a card flip, right? Of a blackjack, right? Or the dice game, right? We know there's probabilities of what may happen if of your potential chances of success, but here is based upon you being able to put together at least a game plan based upon a track record of data, historical context of what a chart looks like when you look at it on a yearly basis, a 2-year basis, a 5-year, right? You see there's pattern there, there's trend, there's people's spending habits, essentially, right? How they're somewhat gambling, if you want to use that terminology, even though we don't, but we realize that there are people who are just coming in there looking at it just like that. But when they find out over time that it has to come, that has to also, come back in a way where you have to start, okay, well, whoa, I need to be a little bit more more prudent here. There's information here that I need to kind of read into, right? As opposed to just jumping in with 2 feet, right? Or is it all hands here, right? That's the great part about this, the learning aspect of the journey of it. Now, I'm a big proponent of saying, well, you know what, let's not, just jump out there and start swimming out the gate, right? If you don't understand what's in the water, right? Let's kind of do a little background on that, right? Let's get the knowledge first, right? Because, the trial and error of it can be costly, right? But that's fine. In some cases, for some people, right, who, have that level of, as they say, beginners, success. But now, again, can you duplicate that? Of course, that's why we always say, this is a game of base hits as opposed to home runs. When you operate like that from an investor perspective, or even a trader, there lies the due diligence and the discipline that will grant you the ability to say, whoa, let me wait, whoa, right? There's more to this, probably to this opportunity here or this trade, right? Let me dig a little deeper, right? I may have a technical, angle on it, but I also want to know if there's a fundamental story behind it too. What's driving it, right? What is it? Is it earnings? Is it money? Is it acquisition? Is it a PDUFA date? If it's whatever, right? All these different factors that come along with that. That's how money really begins to curate, because now, it's kind of covered in a way where the probability has now just, gained more credibility based upon, it's not just being, okay, again, a flip of a switch, right? Or turn of the luck of the draw, whatever. That's the part about this stuff that I love, because we already got the consumer part down. I say that emphatically. Black people know how to spend money. right? But we never have money, right? Like you can't have it both ways, right? We love to spend money, but we don't have it. Basically, when I say we don't have the investment side of the money in play. We got it, but we don't understand the importance of it and how to utilize it in financial instruments like a stock, or a forex market or crypto market or business ownership, right? Whatever. So, within that lane, I think, just me kind of overview, speaking here to, what you were saying, brother, man, you're going to find out, a lot faster than you can imagine because your interest level is obviously here, how further you're going to take your craft once you realize that this is a marathon, right? So you hear people say that a lot. It's a marathon, right? It's not a sprint. That's going to take your career to the next level, right? A lot of people came in early, only had early success. Over Sonny, he's one, right? He came in like early and started having success early. And it's like, okay, mess you up a little bit. Then he's like, okay, now I got to figure out how to confine this skill a little bit. I got to home in on it better. When that happens, nothing will be able to separate you from it, right? And that's the part about this stuff that I love as an investor or trader, right? And in due time, you will see that. You will start to realize that. And then from there, the world will be your oyster, right? So definitely stay in the lane of the knowledge value of it. It's gonna birth this way in your brain more than you can imagine.
I appreciate that. Give thanks, brother. Seriously.
Thanks.
Definitely. But just a little brief background. I do go by Plant-Based for Life also on Instagram. I am a master painter, interior, exterior painter, and also rehab. Nice. I heard the young lady, Monica, speaking about rehabbing homes. I rehab interior spaces for my client or my patrons, not my client, my patrons, excuse me. Also, in conjunction with my brother, we also own a company called Alkaline Gourmet. And nice. We service people with detox packages, herbals, detox plans. We do consultations. We also have an app where we have a community of people who, if you get in the app, it's a paid service. But if you get into the app, you can ask questions at any time. And you can also access us through Zoom twice a week. So
sound like I need to interview you next.
So that's my other, I heard you speaking about other streams of income earlier, and that's my way basically. And then my main job is obviously, I'm in New Jersey. I'm also a heavy highway laborer. That's the main gig. However, I don't want to do that no more. I established my LLC about 7-8 months ago with my painting business. Prior to that, I had been painting by word of mouth for over 15 years, since almost 2005, 2004, and sustaining myself because I would work the main job and then I would do the painting on the side. And like I said, all by word of mouth and Facebook, that I've got all my patrons. And but since COVID had came, the painting had picked up and I stopped working as a laborer. So for the last 3 years, I've been doing nothing but painting and I haven't worked on the road at all. And simultaneously doing the stock thing also. And then doing the herb thing with my brother and the consultation. So that's just a little background. And like I said, Shanika was the one who brought me in here. Not to you particularly, but into the group, the messenger group that we're in. Yeah. And yeah, she knew that I was plant-based for life. She knew that, my testimony is really strong as far as, me having 3 heart attacks and then quadruple bypass surgery and then 2 cardiac arrests, and, still being here to share my wisdom and know that I follow Dr. Sebi, his theory and his ideology for the last 10 years. And I reversed a lot of the situations that I've had with high blood pressure and weight and things like that just by changing my diet. And then also leveling up from Dr. Sebi and actually raw and fruit, because my mom owns a restaurant in Philadelphia called All the Way Live, raw and vegan. And it took me a long time to eat raw. I was always like, no, I had a disdain for raw food. However, knowing that I couldn't keep on eating cooked food and stay healthy, I had to switch my game. So I started eating more food than my mom's, and I started liking it a lot. So if you're in Philadelphia, it's in Germantown, on 6108 Germantown Avenue. All
Oh man, that's we on Summer well Broad Street more so back in that area up near Templeton. My
yeah,
brother over there, Hakeem, that got Black and Nobel. I'm pretty sure you know about Black and Nobel.
I know her. I know her.
Yeah, that's my man. I
Yeah.
did a lot. I do a lot of did a lot of business with him. I was living in that area, up in that area, we're close to it. At one point, and so yeah, that used to be my little area between there, back and forth, South Bridge and Camden. I did a lot of business over there too.
Well, that's where I live at. I don't live in Camden, but I live about 15 minutes from Camden. So I'm on the New Jersey side, but I'm always in Philadelphia, like always. I'm at the restaurant at least like once or twice a week, help my mom out and stuff like that. But yeah, so if you're ever in Philadelphia, stop on by. There's no meat, and it's all vegan restaurant. I don't really like to say vegan. I like to say plant-based, because that's those.
Yeah, it's white folk version.
Yeah,
they'll say vegan, and we still be eating eggs and everything else.
Right.
But that's another conversation, because we got some jokers over here, boy. They get up and on. We start talking about the health stuff, boy. This channel here is a multiplicity of different schools of thought. I will say that, if you knew the Dagger Squad channel as a whole. But we are who we are, right? We have our different values of what works for us, and I like that, because the individuality when it comes to things like this, even though there's levels of information that has a very credible value of what people's scenario has been like, of course, when you went down those roads, right? Mm-hmm. Of course, speaking about the late Dr. Dr. Say, because a lot of people push back against him, and that's fine. Again, each own man has to be able to kind of, walk their own path in that regard, right? Because one thing that's universal, or it's amalgamation of both, but I call it's symbiotic. Health and wealth is non-negotiable, right? My campaign value, what I kind of came here with, was just that: health and wealth, right? You can't have one without the other, right? What's the use of having good health and bad wealth? Well, it's used to having what? Good health and bad wealth, right? You can enjoy it, right, if you sickly, right? So I think those things should be non-negotiable, but that's just from where I come from, and it's still a journey. I'm still on that journey, but trying to have that level of consistency, right? Because I've been on the plant-based over 7+ years, right? Near 8, basically at this point. It's 8 years, and it's just been explosion of information, right, or knowledge, right? Just understanding that. But a lot of this stuff is very, in my opinion, of course, I know this off beat path, but it's a part of what we discuss on the channel a lot too. But I think a lot of it now, knowing that we're beginning to be bombarded with more ailments, more people are more sickly than ever with all this new technology and doctor advancement value. Think all this education, we should be more healthier, right? But we're not. We're getting sicker. Like, make that make sense. All this modernization and jokers getting sicker. Like, bruh, like, stop playing. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
I say that again.
Ain't that so? Like, all this not taking all these smart jokers, and the jokers still getting sicker now. And new stuff popping up, and then all of a sudden, like, man, look, bro, y'all ain't finna even convince me on that dumb stuff. You're not finna get me, caught with no 12-piece bucket or something. At this point in the game, at least not having some kind of help meet to that too. At least a help meet. Right? You got to put something in your body to kind of help balance even some of that. But you know how this stuff goes. It's all education at the end of the day, right? And it's interest, like we talked about even with the stock market. It's what your interests are, right? Who you be with, right? Where big at, right? Right.
Well, I like that, bro. Like I've been on. I've been going no cook food for about 4 months now.
That's interesting, man. That's discipline there.
Man,
right?
That's good.
That's discipline. That's a cleanse. That's a good cleanse. You talking about cellular cleanse? That's next level. Yeah, I've been down them roads. Of course, like some of the restaurants, I frequent throughout my journey, all up, from New York down to Atlanta, right, down to even to Florida. At the different specials of that, right, raw bars, or at least or more straight plant-based, ideas. It's to me, I think everybody should explore it and see where they at in the midst of that. At least give their body time to see how it reacts when you go on such a a little fast, if you will, right? Some people do like fast, and they do like a fruit diet or a fruit fast, or People have different ways to do that stuff, but
there you go. I think that's the most essential right there is the actual fruit fast because most people work, right? So they can't really,
the energy level,
do a dry fast or a water fast because they're moving around all day.
That energy,
right. So you need some type of energy, and I find fruit to be the most energizing food source that we have.
In terms of the sugar, right? Because the best sugar is galactose, right? You need galactose. That's the best. That's the most homogeneous sugar that's on the earth, right? That's produced by nature.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Galactose is like the best. And you get that.
Well, fructose, right?
No, galactose actually.
Is galactose?
It's the combination. It's how they call it, like the combinant value, right? Because there's sucrose, then there's fructose, right? There's then you got dextrose, all this like that up and down that chain line of the different sugar complexities, right?
Right.
But the best one that actually provides the body a better mineral content, like it's like when people eat like iodine salt, that's like the worst salt to eat, right? That's like literally poison, right? Yeah. Iodine salt, table salt, right? Yeah. It's sea salt. You're right. You need to eat sea salt, right? But y'all know black people grew up on what? Iodine, table salt, Morton's, right? Saltiest stuff on the planet, right? We grew up in that don't even get me going down that road. But again, who knew, right? You needed sea salt, right? And preferably Himalayan sea salt, pink sea salt, right? Because it has a higher mineral content, right? Natural sea salt of the earth, right? It's fossilized salt. The same with the sugars, right? When we come out even with fruit sugars, right? The importance of galactose, right? Which actually come from dates, right? The best ones are medjool dates. That's just my opinion, but from my research, but that's good sugar, right?
Right.
That's the good sugar. Then beside that, then of course you got coconut, the natural stuff like that. Coconut sugar, second to that, and then some people, obviously, a lot of people like to use agave, right? Because we know low on the glycemic index. We talking about diabetic people, right? They got to stay away from what? Cane sugar, right? That's that killer, right? That's that crack, right? Call it what it is. For all my health nuts out there, y'all can come from me. The CDC actually said that, not me. The CDC and the FDA came out and blew the whistle on what? Refined sugar. That they said it's pretty much, it's basically poison. It's call it what it is. Right? One molecule away from crack. Right? Once you heat it above a certain temperature. I mean, their words, not mine. So that's
cheese too. But go ahead.
Yeah. But I'll, because they'll pop up in a minute, boy. We got some health rangers. They'll come in a minute. And we get to go there on that.
They can come all they want.
Hold up, Becky.
I'm trying. I gotta get there. I gotta get to this raw thing. Oh, good.
You talking about my cheese now.
Right there. See, earlier.
Cheese, man.
That's the hardest addiction right there. I ain't lying. You right.
Brandon, we were just talking about this. Huh, Brandon?
That's the biggest addiction right there. Seriously.
It is.
The umaminess of it, and it's the salt in it. It's all that makes cheese so addictive, right? If it ever was an MSG value for Americans, it will be cheese. Like the same way MSG, the actual MSG value that they use in China and all the food over there, that keeps them addicted to stuff. For us, it'll be cheese. That's the hardest thing for people to break. And it's the most, I hate to say it the way, it was one of the most destructive ones. Why? Because it's that combination of what? Both, right? It's the what? It's the milk, right? The cow milk, right? And it's cooked, and the sugar that comes from the caloric value that comes along when you cook it down, and it, oh man, then of course they add stuff to it, the culture on the back end, but that's what makes it so addictive, right?
So when you just said that sugar was one molecule off of cocaine or crack, and I know that cheese is a couple molecules off of heroin also.
Interesting. It's very addictive. I know that, but from all intents and purposes, that's the hardest thing for most people to break. That's coming, from that aspect to a plant-based diet. So, like most people, of course, we make our own cheese, right? Now they got, pretty somewhat decent derivatives out there in the open market now because of, that community exploded a little bit, right? You can buy a lot of people use like the little plant-based cheese, but of course, we make the walnut cheese or the Brazilian nut cheese, right? From scratch. And it was odd when you think about nuts to make a cheese. Yeah. Because we just been conditioned to eat what we've been eating for so long. It's just natural to us to think that, this ain't cheese, right? But we realize that the nomenclature value of what cheese is not derived around it just being straight from a cow. We got caught up in that, right? Semantics beat us down on the health side, where people didn't understand it. Same when we say wheat, right? Right. Well, what is the value of not wheat, but flowering, right? What is flowering? If I ask y'all right now, what is flowering to you? You'll say what? Flowering comes from what? Which grain? Where does flour come from? Right?
It comes from a lot of
which grain that produces flour?
The good grains. I mean, I got
no. What actual grain produces flour? Right? That we cook with, bake with. Then you guys would say what?
No.
Naturally, right? See how that rolled out to your tongue? Because that's all you what? We've been what?
Yeah, conditioner, no.
Talk. Flouring is just a process. That's all it is, a process. I could turn chickpeas into flour, spelt into flour, rye into flour, oatmeal into flour. I could turn coconut into flour. I could turn tiger nuts into flour. I could turn walnuts into flour. Flour is just a process. But we convinced ourselves that the only flour that we know is it has to be what? Wheat-based.
Wheat-based. Yeah.
And we know wheat-based flour, or the wheat flour in itself, is very detrimental to the body, because it's the highest one of the most highest gluten molecules out there. It's literally, gluten, besides rice, right? White rice in this case. But that's why this whole gluten-free movement is really people getting away from what? That wheat diet. High in sugar, carbohydrates, tears your body up from Saturday to Sunday.
But that ain't our fight, though. I heard that was their fight.
Shit, it's my fight.
Well, but how this stuff goes. What Brother Malcolm has said: when they catch cold, we catch what? The flu.
Yep.
Right. So basically, the stuff that they put out there to tell us that's food. If we not eating the entrails or the end cuts, we ain't getting the good unless we got the paper to do it, right? Or the knowledge, right? So yeah, that in itself is a whole nother conversation. But you right in that regard. We're conditioned, right? It's the same way our brothers in the islands in the Caribbean, what do they call white potatoes in the islands?
Because cassava, I know they got cassava.
Right, but from a euphemism name, they call potatoes in the Caribbean what? Irish potatoes. Notice that?
Okay.
Yeah. Everything is Irish. Show me a potato that came from Ireland that landed in Jamaica. Or is it that I can't make this stuff up? Couldn't make this stuff up. But we know the origin of potato, or the etymology of it, comes from basically where? South America, right? Peru is one of the biggest producers of the organic potatoes, right? People ain't really seen what a real potato look like, right? We know we got the Idaho potato, all this hybrid stuff, right? I know they're gonna come from in a minute, boy. They coming, boy. That's coming. In a minute, I'm looking for somebody to pop up in the chat.
I'm need you to stop coming from a fries, okay?
Right? See, you know I'm coming for, yo. But guess what? What if if I made you some, if nothing else, yucca, right? Try the yucca fries, if nothing else, right? Or yucca. Some people say yuccas are yucca, but there are only a few type of heirloom potatoes out there. Majority of those, again, they come out of Peru area. The natural ones. That's our whole idea of the potato family. Y'all know the history with that. We had that concept before. It's not even up for debate. They took the potatoes out of out of South America, and took them joker back to Europe, and they didn't germinate, and they almost starved to death, and led them to the shoreline, and they started eating what? Sea moss. Saved their life. Mm-hmm. Couldn't make this stuff up. That's history. That ain't no conjecture. That's 100% history. They got saved because they got pushed to the coastline, and potatoes didn't germinate. The whole idea of the potato famine, and they started eating the sea moss that was up on the shoreline. And that sea moss saved their life. Turned out they had all the minerals and nutrients in it from the sea, almost like kombu, right? The kombu kelp, like the Japanese use, right, to make kombucha. That stuff so minerally dense and healthy. It's crazy how healthy it is, right? And also has values of protein, right? Especially the purple algae and other things. But there's something out there in plant form close to, of not equal to that of what you would get even on a meat diet.
Well, I use burrow bananas for my fries, bro.
I was just about to go there. I was like, when Overbrand talking about them fries, I said, man, until you had burrow banana fries or green banana fries, man, you probably never want to eat that white potato fry again. But
butternut squash fries too.
Say again, I'm sorry?
Butternut squash fries.
Yeah, we make them a lot. Oh man, definitely. Oh, definitely those. So yeah, you're in the right lane, of course. That's our little lane too. Especially when it comes to the health side of things. We started little shows.
I hear you clicking. You're resonating like I don't know what right now.
Yeah, man. We had shows we were trying to do something like that before on the channel. The brothers ran off false out little square.
You don't want it get stuff. We about to have our own little cooking show and then up there.
Man, I just do like what they call a pantry raid. I go to my pantry, raid my pantry, just bring stuff in front of the camera, like, hey, this is this.
Yeah, I need that again. Lord have mercy, I need that.
Man, we gonna get back on it, Sister Mo. I always say we got our little platforms now. We get it. We respect the build of different capacities of people.
Ain't coming over here. They over there worried about whether or not Egypt is Mesopotamia and
right now, right? Yeah, they distracted for the moment.
Let me stop before they make a video for me.
All right, they'll come for us. I'm looking for Unc to pop up any minute now. Boy, I just love Popeye. What you talking about, boy? They got a shot for that. They got a shot for that.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do a show on the building on it. Yep. They're gonna come. Hey, listen, we're gonna probably have 200, 400, 500 people up in here. We talking about that sea moss and what y'all talking about that organic.
Right. Yep. Yeah. But like I said, we're living testaments of it, and that's what I love about the value of choice. But some things are still non-negotiable. When I say non-negotiable, I'm speaking to the idea that health should be non-negotiable, right? It's the one thing that people cry the most about when they were afflicted by it, but it's the one thing that they can fix when they're not having to worry about it. Notice that? And we still overlook it because, again, programming is that strong. Your eating habits are just an extension of what? Your programming, or at least your body being trained to eat a lot of stuff over time the way it can tolerate it, but necessarily not necessarily good for it. Notice that?
Yep.
You've been trained to eat McDonald's Happy Meals as a kid, right? Up until a dope stage. And now it's like, okay, I got to get off these Big Macs, right? It's like crack. They calling me. And people whirling around, the health rates are what they are, right? Because everything now is very carcinogenic, right? Cancer, inhibitors, because the way that the foods are being processed and there's less natural organic minerals in the soil. There's more nitrogen, right? Which is pseudo minerals for plants, literally, right? And that's not good because you're eating that in a raw state, or the value that we know that cows, I'm not gonna get into that old green deal stuff, but the methane and how their bodies are being pumped with a whole lot of whatever, and you eat that, right? It's symbiotic. Like, what it kills me is that people think that just because they spray that stuff with all them pesticides and the animals eat that stuff, that all of a sudden that stuff don't obviously blend with their molecular structure. Like, are you kidding me? Like, if that's the case, then why are you taking vitamins, right? Why would you, you get my point? People be reaching. They know it to be true, but they are reaching and go out their way to try to block it mentally just to be able to enjoy it, right? This is not me harping on people eating habits. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying the idea how it takes a lot of discipline to get off that bandwagon of the American diet, right? Which is the most destructive diet literally on the planet, is the American diet. That's not up for debate, right? The USDA and the FDA, the CDC, all these governing boards that deal with health and wealth, they eventually came out and told the truth about that stuff, right? Y'all remember you used to have the 5 food, the pyramid food group?
Yep. Oops. Mm-hmm.
Y'all know they did away with that because they found out it was pseudo, right? They found out it was pseudo.
Yeah, got more group. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, no, you can't run off that no more, man. Because kids now, all of a sudden, because the one thing that pretty much threw a grenade on that was the peanut allergy. Think about that. The peanut allergy destroyed that whole reality, because a lot of that stuff that they was giving us was loaded in peanut or peanut oil or something like that. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich was very ubiquitous because you can mass produce it. It doesn't take a lot to grow it. It grows fast, wild. Well, not wild, but whatever. Y'all get my point. It grows fast. The same way with soy, right? The most destructive thing in your body is soy, right? This edamame craze that people jumped all over, straight trash, right? What's in soy? What is the main value, or I should say the antithetical value that's in soy that makes it destructive is the phytoestrogen, right? Jokers don't want to deal with that phytoestrogen thing. It's a hormonal imbalancer, right? So jokers jacked up, females jacked up, boys are jacked up. Everything that's in most foods today is soy. It's the base, base filler in most of all foods there is what? Soybean.
And cellulose.
Right? So you couldn't make this stuff up, man. It's like as the saying goes, right? They pee on you and tell you that it's lemonade, right? Whatever. But if you know no different, you go with what you got. And you sell, and most people say, well, there's a shot for it, there's a pill for it, there's something I could take.
Hell no.
Right? It ain't
I'm
really,
sorry.
we know it. But I let keep 100, man. You know it's about habit. We don't even have enough what they call balancers in our typical diet. We will eat a Sunday dinner, a slave diet, right? We know the slave diet is. We ain't got to eat, cut no corners. Now, what Malcolm X said, we just a nation of what? Gut eaters, right? We became a bunch of gut eaters, right? That's all we had, right? We had the entrail. We had to make do with what we had on the plantation. We turned that into a delicacy. Now it's actually celebrated, but it's the most destructive thing you can eat in this day and age. Why? Because even those animals back then are not as clean, right? The animals back then were cleaner than they are today, obviously, right? Because of all these new chemicals that they're bombarded with, right? So you can't even rest in that perspective now because high blood pressure on the back end coming off these pork diet, this, that, third. I know Jugger finna really come for me now, right? Boy, don't talk about my bacon, bro. Don't talk about my pork chop, brother. After and get off, man. Log off, bro. Go eat. Go eat your little grass. Leave me alone. Right? Right? But that's just the reality, man. I'm like, bro, if we're being trained to do proper research methodology at every aspect of our being, then why am I gonna stop on the food aspect, right? And everything else, I go full throttle on that. That makes no sense to me, right? But again, yet still people don't want to go that route because what it does, it grenades their whole reality, right? Jugger like, no, bro, I ain't finna give up this, I ain't finna give up, and that's fine. I would tell people this is something that's truly personal. It is to each his own when it comes to what you put in your body, right? But I will say this, on the scale of being on the hamster wheel on the food complexity, or at least the American diet, statistically, if you look over time, we're getting sicker at a much younger age now.
Oh, yes.
There's impotence at people at age of 26 and 27 now. Impotence. You don't supposed to hit that till you get way up in your 50s and 60s. Joker hitting that now early. They hitting that at late 20s, early 30s. They already impotent. Couldn't make this stuff up. And it's the sugar blockers, all the carbohydrates. It's the, less water. They ain't drinking, it's a whole lot of different things that compound that kill that kill your capillaries and your artery flow of the vitamins you need. Of course, and vitamin C is really good for that because it keeps your capillaries swollen, open, right? So you can have proper blood flow. Hint, hint, wink, wink. And jokers just dried out. They like just walking raisins. Literally walking raisins. And they could be overweight and still be a walking raisin. Ain't that something? You could be overweight and you still got lack of proper blood flow because, again, you don't have proper vitamin C, you have proper balance on the citrus side of things, right? Beyond the vitamin D deficiencies that we suffer from, and we Black people, couldn't make this stuff up, right? So they say, well, I could drink some milk, that'll fix that right on up. Really? Really? Okay, knock yourself out. Yeah, so it gets deep, man, but we got to get back on that square too. I know it. We kind of got off our square. We got derailed because we got caught up in other stuff, but we got to get back on that, right? And I think it's important because, like anything, you need a tribe. You need people you can help you go through that. Like any scenario when people go through some kind of form of a change, right? Some of it could be dramatic, right? It could be like a shock value. Your system ain't built for that. It's built for what? French fries, hot dogs, cheeseburgers, uber sweet ice creams loaded in all kinds of everything. Your body got able to a point where it was able to tolerate it. Notice I said tolerate. I didn't say really exchange it for good, for good value, right? Right? It ekes out a win wherever it can. That's all it is. But it found a way to sustain itself as long as it can. But it's still a drag on your system. So it's like if you put It's like people going to their gas tank and putting what in it? Vinegar, right? As opposed to gasoline, right? Or at least kerosene as opposed to, true octane, right? Refined octane, I could make this stuff up, right? So, but anyway, it is what it is, man. But it's reality. It's a part of. I always tell people, at least start small and figure out where you can substitute, and then allow that to be the bridge to see how far you go from there. Because I'm never in the mindset to tell people, no, you need to stop eating this, stop eating that. Man, I know this stuff is not that easy. It's like a person that's hooked on drugs, right? They don't just cold turkey. Rarely do that happen. It can happen, but that takes a very strong-willed person to cold turkey. Like if I tell y'all right now, like man, stop eating this, like tomorrow, like man, you probably curse me out, like man, get out of here, man. Ain't no way. No, bro, that ain't happening, right? Because you have to have the mental fortitude first, then proper research and really fighting to kind of stand on your square that you want to do this for you. That has to come into play, right? Because we know that when we look at our counterparts, right? Because people like to harp on our sisters, right? And black women this, black women that. If black women unhealthy, they think they're just being thick as alone. That's the, and we like, man, we know deep down that sister a little unhealthy, right? But it's hard to have that conversation. Why? Because you know what's coming next, right? Because what they do, they glorify sisters like who? Lizzo, right?
Yep.
They be on, they keep 100, right?
You know what? I'm glad you go ahead. Finish saying.
No, go. No, you go. No, because
I'm glad
only sister can speak to this.
I'm glad you said that because I had made a comment. I said I was in a conversation with some friends, and I said, if my friend says, "Oh, babe, you look really nice," and I'd be like, I'm look nice. I need to lose weight. I need to work out, and you can come to the gym with me. And it's like, why are you gonna get? They said, well, he's giving you a compliment. You should be happy. I say, I don't want no compliment that I know I need to do better. I don't take that. I get mad, like, nah, don't do that to me because I know what I need to do. I'm not gonna get upset, but don't make me feel like I don't need to do something about this here, And they said that I was selfish because I said, no, you're complimenting me in an area that I need help in. That shouldn't be a compliment. Now, if you were just saying, just maybe just admiring beauty or something of that nature, yeah, but not. I already know where I fall in that. And they argued me down like I was silly. I was like, listen, I don't care what y'all say. I bet you won't do that again. I bet we working out together.
See,
because
that's honesty.
Yes.
That's something that we, again, I don't mean to cut your wisdom, sis, but you're right, because that in itself is a divisive value in inside of our own unions in a lot of ways, right? Because we say, well, if we're looking at ourselves as warriors and this, that, and the third, or whatever, king, queen, all that stuff, right? Okay, to live a qualitative life comes with you having to have, number one, be squared with who you are as an individual, but also know that there's limits to certain values that we somewhat address ourselves to, align ourselves with, that are actually destructive. Mm-hmm. So if you go back for that reinforcement, knowing that it's destructive, then now you're acquiescing to it, right? And now you got to be fed that kind of level of commentary enough to keep you on that chain of I don't have to do nothing to fix this, because someone is going to accept this one other, which is destructive. Because if you end up getting sick on that person's watch, who's going to be the person that have to deal with it? That person, right? All right, you aided and abetted them, right? Now look. Now you got to change the joke of diaper and all this stuff. Like, bro, you did 30.
you speaking true. Oh my God, you're speaking true. Because I was getting ready to go for the knee replacement, right? And I had some people that were talking to me about what the process was going to be and what you could do, what you can't do, but they tried to talk me out of my progress and how quick I could recover. And I was like, but I've talked to people like you all and people who are into healthy things, like the brothers talking about things you could do. And not to mention, I had a friend who actually went through it and said how, they made sure they ate well and they exercised properly. They did do the meds because of the pain level, and how they, was ahead of the rehab deal. And man, they talked me out of what my eating plan was. And I was like, you know what? I know I'm not crazy, but I also know the individuals who gave the information and how they progressed when they went through. How y'all gonna tell me that, doing something healthy while going through such procedure is not a good idea? But you sitting there, oh my God, listen, I could write a book on that right there about people, speaking to women and making them
It's
think that,
natural.
oh, you're thick.
They had a
Oh
term
no,
for it
I
called
like
what?
women.
Body what?
Yeah, look, I like
Like,
my women.
what is that?
I like my women thick, 160 or more, 180 or more. I'm like, man, speak for yourself, because that is so unhealthy for somebody my height. You better go. And I ain't crazy. I've been in the military. I
So they
know.
don't understand. I just say they don't know you understand this stuff. Because in the military, they got this. It's literally called fit to fight.
Yes.
That's why they don't accept everybody in the military. So you finna tell me that these people who are again training people to be how to train killers, and they know they need a certain value out of them. They know they need to be at their best as much as they possibly can get them at their best. If that ain't the prerequisite for one to understand that there's sciences within it, because they use a science metric to make sure that you at certain body fat ratio. Like look at Terrell Owens. Like Terrell Owens, like 50 day in there. And that joker still ain't got no fat on his body because he gets it, right? Some of it is genetic, if you want to say that, I guess. Maybe Uncle come from me on that one. Like, man, that stuff ain't no such thing as that. But a lot of that, it's transitory. I'm pulled from Jerome Powell now. It's transitory, right? But reality is that there's levels to it. You can't. We get it. Everybody's body is just not the same, right? I get that. And that's a part of it that is genetic. However, you can still choose to take the approach of, okay, I'm still a one size fit all type of candidate for life when it comes to what I put in my body, right? People who are diabetic, see, they can't negotiate that. That's how that works. Once you become diabetic, your leverage is gone until you can reverse it. You can't now eat certain things. So that tells you right then and there that it's not a one size fit all kind of program. Make sense? The same way certain people have what they call like person who's asthmatic, right? A lot of that stuff is hereditary to a certain degree, right? Or somewhat of what they call them, the communicable type of diseases, right? That came out of over time and regimen. They built up over into people's to our level of speciation, how that it was a cross pollination, so to speak, right? Because a lot of communicable diseases before colonialism happened, that was stuff that was spreading all throughout Europe. What are we dealing with right now? Monkeypox. Where did monkeypox really originate from? Middle Eastern and European regions. What does it really stem from? What is the genetic value within the monkeypox? Viral value is what? It's an animal, y'all, right? Hence monkeypox, right? How is monkeypox being spread right now? Through what?
Through the sex?
Anal sex.
Oh Lord, the rainbow folk.
That's what is exploding right now. It came out of a rave party that happened in Europe. This latest explosion, it's in the news. I ain't making this up. It came. Am I lying? Anybody that know what I'm talking about right now? It came straight out of Europe. And they tracked it back to a certain rave party.
Got them.
See, that's LGBTQ thing now. That's why they keep it silent as much as possible. And they still trying to fight it and fund money to do the research because that's hurting those that I ain't making this up. I am not making this up. Certain things are just what they are because of the folk value. Because a lot of that stuff come from those kind of illnesses was based upon a lot of people having, that kind of, intertwinement with animals. Not to say it wasn't happening in Africa, but I'm just keeping 100. That stuff was strictly on that side of the fence. But anyway, but see, that's weird because it's not a one size fit all reality within that. That's my whole take to that. So we can't look at everything from that perspective of it being universal or ubiquitous when it's not. Right? Because some people are, they have better conditions that they can work from. Right? If you got land and ability to grow your own and you don't have to use these different chemicals per se. Case in point, Bayer just got hit again. Supreme Court just upheld their what? I don't know if y'all saw that in the news, right? Like Bayer Company, right? The Bayer Company, y'all know they're the owners of what? The destructive chemical that's in what? Plant and weed killers is the what? Owned by the company who? Monsanto. Remember the black guy that got that big lawsuit in California? He was that spraying that stuff over and over, and it caused him to have cancer. And they kept trying to sweep it under the rug. That was a big case, right? And they tried to take some of the money back after they gave him a payout too. It was really bad. But that was Bayer. That was Bayer. They own Monsanto, which is also the brainchild behind who? Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Ta-da! Hence, they all in Africa, India, pushing what? To be purveyors of how to grow crops, utilizing ta-da!
Oh God!
Yeah, Monsanto. I ain't making this up, guys. Don't y'all? Look, y'all will come for me on this, but I'll pull out them sources. Let's go, right? Let's go, right? But let's go, right? And when the brother mentioned that in terms of what even Buffett is doing, leaving a lot of his war chest to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. See I'm going with that? Yeah. Yep. So, and we dealing with Planned Parenthood right now, right? Who y'all see the ties with that? That was a big donors of Planned Parenthood was Bill and Melinda Gates, big donors in the Planned Parenthood, big donors. They make no secret about it now that they're about what, kind of curtailing the populace, right? Anyway, see, we can have a conversation and Joker be what solid about it, right? Joker got to get all spooky. Like this stuff is tracked at this point, right? There's paper trails to show that, and that's one thing I love about being an investor because we have a great way to what track good money, right? We gonna follow the money, right? That kills all the noise real quick when you can follow the money trail because their interests are based in terms of where they spend their money.
Right.
You can't separate your interest from where you spend your money. Stop playing with me, right? People be trying to play that game. I like stop. Your interests are where your money is being held up at, either held hostage or it's fertile. People that got addictions, all their money go towards their what? Their addiction. It's not even up for debate. But when we have that open source discussion, then it's like, it got to be some excuses. It got to be they got to wiggle out. Like, no, this, some of that stuff is somewhat black and white. Then the other aspects of it is shades of gray. We know those areas are shades of gray. Hell is a scenario where, the totality of it is very black and white, but it does come with shades of gray because people do have what they consider to be comorbidities, right? We dealt with that with SARS-CoV-2, right? Their immune system may be already compromised or some may be already wrong with them from a previous ailment. So they may be a highly affected, to certain things. Hence, they can't eat certain things. They can't be around certain things. They can't, whatever. That in itself, again, shows us that we're not a one-size-fits-all species or mammal, if you will, right? Right. So the same way a person can have a certain allergen, if they say whatever it is, and they eat that, like people have shellfish allergies. I don't know if you ever saw that, right? Like in some of these journals, like medical journals, when people have reactionary values to these shellfish allergies, some of it can kill them. They be all swollen up. They be looking a mess, right? They be like, man, like, God, dog, boy, that little shrimp did that to you. Like, bro, I'm gonna go fishing tomorrow, bro. I'm gonna pull a West Coast drive-by on all the shrimp, bro. I got you. Right? I'm gonna go get this sugar back, bro. God, dog, bro. You that did that to you. Yeah, it's that serious, right? So, man, I love this stuff. Y'all already know I go in, boy. If I get going, boy, we ain't gonna get off here. So I rest my case.
I know. I love it because oh God, we talked about so much. I don't even know where to start. Well, it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, we made it already to midnight, boy. We made it to the midnight session.
we definitely have to visit the health deal. We definitely you and I guess it was Jermaine, right? It was Jermaine.
Yep, the new brother, yeah, brother Jermaine Sumlin.
Jermaine,
In the group.
yes, we definitely got to talk about these raw foods. Y'all could pull up some sites, show us with some of the things that you guys are eating, so that I can definitely get this right again. What you got up the futures?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. What do you think?
No, I put it up while we're talking. I'm not, when we end on the same way we came in, right? You don't speak about,
You can always go to alkalinegourmet.net. That's where our website is. And you can have a look see and read up on why you should detox. We have some
I want you to talk about it.
Alkaline.gourmet. You said .gourmet? Gourmet.
Alkaline Gourmet.
Alkaline Gourmet. Okay. .net.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I should have put it all together in my browser. I don't know why I separated, but I do it this way. But
now we lazy.
Why are you talking about? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. We lazy and we don't like to read. We want you to talk about it. Come in and talk about it. Some of the things that you eat. What do you like? What you don't like? What are some things that you made adjustments to that tastes a certain way, that, maybe some dishes and things of that nature. Warm us up to something good.
Yeah, I might have spelled it wrong. If not, when you get a chance, just post the link.
Hold on, let me see if I see it.
Unless you might spell it different. But if not, you can post it later either way. But yeah.
I definitely want
to. It's all one word too, brother.
Okay. Because I put in the circle, but I could try it in the browser. You see alkaline, and why I got the caps on it? And I was angry typing. Oh, dang it. Alkaline, right? Let me get my spelling right here. I was like, hold on, what I'm doing. Alkaline Gourmet, right? .net, right?
Correct.
Yeah, showing that it was acting crazy. So yeah, I had to kind of read it. Okay, yep. Here we go. So let me post it. I'll post it on the in the YouTube too as well. And
this is my brother. He also has a YouTube site. He is Dr.
Talk us through it while we show it here.
He cooked for Dr. Sebi. Well, as Dr. Sebi traveled the country, my brother was the cook or the chef, if you will.
Oh wow!
And the testimonies are plentiful. We have clients like Allen Iverson and Missy Elliott and Freddie Jackson. We have some dignitaries over in Africa that we help assist them back to wellness. And we also had the first FDA approved alkaline patty, breakfast patty.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff.
And it comes pre-mixed. It's only $20. We're trying to lower the price. We did ship it already mixed, but we were having a problem with the onions and the apple that's in the mix. I'm telling you right now, it's one of the best breakfast patties you will ever taste in your whole life. Honestly, you can eat it all day, to be honest with you. And it's all plant-based. As Kamut.
Pop that in the back in the messenger group so I can get it from there.
Yeah, it's right on the web. It's right on this website. If you go to the products, you go right to the website and then you can purchase
thank you.
Yeah, we did putting it in the group, loading it in their groups.
Thanks, I got it.
Yeah, see how y'all do that? I don't know how to do that.
Copy and paste.
Oh.
Yeah, just right click it, copy that joke, and
everything I do is on this little directional pad. I don't even know how to do all that.
Gotcha. Control C.
And track pad. Yep. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Control C. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then Control V to paste.
Okay, Control V to paste. Control C, Control V. Got it. But yeah, I have a really extensive story. So I'm speaking from experience, and this is the reason why I direct people to the website, and I don't just like to shoot from the hip.
Oh, you speaking to people we understand. Trust me, we know.
And we also have you fill out an evaluation form too. So, prior to sending you any herbs, we suggest that you fill out an evaluation form so that we know exactly what you know, what's going on with you so that we can curtail a package for you. You know, we don't want to give you a herb that, you know, it's not necessary.
Good stuff, man. Like I said, number one, black commerce, black business, black value. You know, we're big supporters, you know, within that, you know. And we like that. Again, people have been able to carve out a niche or a lane for themselves and utilize the value of, again, black commerce, right? Which it should be great about. And this is within that spectrum, because I always say, again, you know, we talked about, I was highlighting over Chris earlier today in his business, right? His sneaker business, right? And the many investments that he has going on, because we are multiple, you know, we are very dynamic people, right? We're not just a, you know, one trick pony, right? People know black people like the most creative people on the planet. I ain't even play that game. Y'all know what it is, right? To think that we're not able to, you know, be in spaces that are, you know, unusual. If they look at it as unusual, it's not to us. It's odd to me, right? Because again, as the saying goes, right, we'll get caught up in thinking that it has to come from a certain sector only. Like most people thought about the value of investing early on. The first thing they would say, man, only old white people do that, right? They didn't understand that this is not that kind of what, you know, ecosystem. It's a multiplicity of people who are in this, right? But it's just a misnomer. It was a misnomer of that understanding. The same way I talked about, I did the Irish potato and all that stuff. Like them potatoes are growing in Jamaica, bro. They ain't growing no Ireland. Right, they ain't getting imported in, but it's habit, right? People get caught up in habit and they just roll with it, right? It becomes a part of pastime. Let's kind of get all caught up in the, you know, the vernacular. They just start saying stuff. I'm like, okay, but you know, if we are gonna be dressed when it comes to a lot of these things, and it's okay, right, to get the, you know, the full scope of what stuff is, and be it, you know, be it what it may, call it what it is, right? And be comfortable with that, right? Being able to stand on that, so to speak, right? So, but this is great, man. Again, I love that, you know, idea that, you know, black businesses, man, we're here. You got people out here doing the work. I
appreciate it. Give thanks.
And
I really do.
You know, supporters.
Hayden's over here. We trying to get it.
Yeah.
And also, I not to toot my horn, but you know, be looking for me, and you know, this daggone thing ever come out, which, you know, it's some rumors that it's never gonna see the light of day. But you know, I'm playing Dr. Sabi in the documentary that Nick Cannon has produced. So,
well, you know what, we got connections within that space. We got some, you know, we got different points of view about it, you know, within our camps. I'll say that we got different schools of thought that surround our little eco, you know, within our little communities, if you will, right? Of course, you know,
we can talk
just
about it.
That deal of this channel, of course, I gotta, you know, pay homage to the brother Garfield in that regard, you know, and all the other brothers that's in the space, and you know, they have their different, you know, values and what they bring to the table, right? As least researchers, right? If nothing else, right? The Mossy Warrior Clan, shout out to them. Shout out to Amarad Squad. Shout out to all the other people out there. The Magi Archers, right? Brother Jonathan Owens, right? The whole cadre within that space, right? Not necessarily that you have to be a part of whatever, but again, I'm just saying, I'm happy to see brothers are in that research mindset, right? Where we can now shine in scholarly places and in environments, right? And it will be the same for people who are in this lane, right? Because there's a lane for it. Now, it may not get as much shine as people talking about, you know, X, Y, Z, right? Or Mesopotamia, this, that, and the third. But the importance of it, to me, I think it's just larger than life. Why? Because health and wealth are the prerequisites to give you what you need to be in a position to talk about what some other ideology, right? Because it comes with you being what, you know, square, right? In some kind of form of fashion, right? So I pay homage to you in this regard, because I know that, like, what it's like to put in this kind of level of what, you know, research and work, to be in a space where you have to be a testament of it, because you have to lead by the example of what you preach, you have, or push, you have to be a conveyor of it, right? Or, you know, consumer of it, right? A lot of other sometimes schools, it could just be a pastime, right? But you're not all in the regimen of it, right? It is a way of life. Truly, it's life, it's food, it's what you put in your body. See what I'm saying? It's a direct connection, is my point. So yeah, you want to kind of be very, you know, thorough and research as much as possible. So when you do deliver it, you can give people good, direct information. And so as an investor, like we say, I could tell you about a stock all day long, right? It can be a pump and dump it. But once you go do the research on it, you realize whether or not what is right and exact, because there's a track record about that company, right? Right? Or financial report. So that eliminates the ability of people just can say anything, and sitting there and flown it, and then people just run with it, unless they just they don't research. So when I see stuff like this, I know like, okay, people are doing some work, right? And they on that quest to refine and stuff. The same thing with even the late Dr. Saban. I know people have different issues with him. They call him all kind of stuff, this, that, the third. But one thing they can't say about Dr. Saban is that he wasn't consistent. Right? They can never say that he wasn't consistent. And had he not left us early, he was only building to get, like anything, refine his craft. Right? That's what every great person does. Einstein went through that process. The greatest botanist that ever lived, to my knowledge, besides maybe what we got coming out of Africa that we may not know about, but on this side of the hemisphere, who was the greatest botanist that ever lived? George and then you guys would say who?
Carver.
Say it again. Say it with the chest, brother.
George Washington Carver.
Non-negotiable. Now somebody may got somebody like, but I'm just saying, find me somebody that can go up against his body of work. Anybody.
I don't know of any.
Find me somebody. I'm waiting for somebody to find me somebody to go up against his body of work. Right? He was so much of a threat, they did what? Castrated him. Messed him up where he can't have a kid because they didn't want that level of genes to get out. His seed to get out. And he was around a lot of them all day, every day. And a lot of them white women. They saw that intellect as a form of attracting it to. So they messed him up where he couldn't even, do that. Right? Y'all know I'm going. But his work, again, it's in the same lane. It's the value of the botanist, right? Certain things, right? Of course, two of his biggest claims to fame was what? The peanut and the soybean, right?
Yeah.
But those were two things he told you not to
eat.
Not to eat. So I just be cherry picking. See how they even doing it? He told you this stuff, man. Look, they use what? Peanut grease for what? For axle grease for the tanks. Mass produce it and make great oil for that. Now what? Now all of a sudden there's a peanut allergy all through what? All throughout the pediatric board now, up and down the grain. They don't want no peanuts even in facilities staying there now. Notice that?
But then they did the bait and switch and then put everybody right on soy. So
but see, that's it too, because he told you not to eat what?
Soy too.
Because they use soy for what? Paracords.
They use soy for plastic.
Plastics, parachute, paracord. So Mike know tomorrow was on paracord. The filaments in that paracord was made from soy strand. So the soy gluten.
What is paracord?
It's like a military cord they use, like a strengthened cord. Like the same thing they that's what they had it for. He was a military scientist essentially, right? He was making all these different things from plant-based items, of course, soy to make paracord, like a real strong fibrous cord, right? Like a rope, kind of like. Okay. And plastics, he was making plastic with that stuff and all that stuff.
He did it for Henry Ford. That's how
couldn't make this stuff up. Like I'm like, of course, this my lane, but so I know this stuff, and I'm like, man, that's inspirational for his achievements. But yeah, the one thing black people love more than anything is what? Peanuts. Right? You didn't even get black people drop the peanut, bro.
Some boiled peanuts like that. Some boiled ones at that.
Man, look, boy, joking to come for you, boy. I know they're gonna come for me in a minute now, but like, hold up, bro. You talking about my peanuts now, bro. You cut it out, cut the wrap, pull the plug on it. But his words, not mine. He said, don't eat this, because I know we kind of we hybridized it, we produced it in the lab, we made it for a specific purpose. Like, so you would have to have a science today to go in there and dissect this molecular structure and change it to something completely healthy for me to realize that this is now better than it was even back then. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, you can't reverse that, right? It's a hybrid. It's a hybridized value that obviously has, problems with that, right? We grew up, man, it was like the greatest thing ever. Choke sandwich, right? Like, man, who didn't like a good choke sandwich? Right? Bruh. Lay it on thick. Boy, slat it on thick. Boy, get me a good choke sandwich.
Hey, but I ain't gonna hold you, brother. That tahini, boy, oh boy.
See, that's the difference though. But what is tahini made with?
Sesame seed.
Thank you. Totally different. Now, even though there's still, debate about tahini, but it is better because it has, it has better what? Healthy, healthy fat. You say, well, peanut has healthy fat, should be loaded in protein, but we know there's other stuff that's not what it is, right?
Well, I think the key
difference tahini is totally different.
You talk about a seed compared to a nut. And I think seeds
exactly. Boom, you hit it. I was trying to lead there, but look, I know I'm talking about this already. Know what they talking about there, because that's exactly the difference. Tahini, what is it? It's called sesame what?
Sesame seed.
Sesame nut? No, it's called sesame seed. It's a difference, right? The little seed, that can make that tahini. But I got some up there now, man, look, already, right?
Well, that's what I was going to suggest to brother earlier when, he needed a cheese substitute. Well, I could get that thing tasting like cheese without no nutritional yeast.
With that tahini, yep. And then, Dad, and of course, then we make cheese with Brazil nut. We make cheese with, you can do walnuts too, of course. You can make cheese out of any nut.
Use hemp seeds too. Hemp seeds, hemp hearts.
Hemp seeds, that hemp hearts make, you can go, man, you finna get me going. I know it's late. But no, you're right. That's right and exact, of course, and then the same thing that when we do like the pate value and people do spreads, of course, that be with chickpeas, right? Because chickpeas, obviously, in terms of hummus, the most base case within that, right?
Yes, sir.
Super healthy,
yes,
right?
Sir.
Super healthy. Like no one's really disputing. That's one thing I can say about chickpea, right? Of all the other people push back against and talk trash about, they rarely come for that chickpea though. That chickpea still undisputed, right? That's an ancient, fruit of the earth.
Hey, so brother, since you give me gems and you drop gems in our chat every day, I like to give you some value.
By all means, part wisdom, fam. By all means.
You take a butternut squash, right, and you juice it, okay? And then you take the pulp and then you use that as your fall tuna.
Oh yeah, you speaking my lane. Oh man, you know what? It's weird too because we got the kombu and the different kelp. Of course, it's kelp, dulce, right?
Yep,
all the different
and kombu all mixed.
That's together. How you make your mock fishes, right? Of course, you already know where I'm going with this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And of course, you just need a fiber, right? In this case, like you said, the butternut squash pulp. That's going to be something I'm going to try next, right? Because it is a good, binding agent. Of course, within that, the emulsifier is what definitely the sea moss, right? That's our mock egg and mock, everything else because it's a great emulsifier, right? Sister Monica, you definitely can, this ain't far from you because you're in this lane now to learning, the different complexities of the sea moss, right? You're getting there, but that's the greatest substitute for what? For eggs, and all that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. It's the binding agent. They use sea moss. That's why it's in all in these all of a sudden white folks now starting to put it in all they soaps, toothpastes, and stuff like that now in lotion. Like they figured it out, right? Beyond the shea aspect, but that sea moss is natural and it has a lot of natural minerals, vitamins, and amino acids already attached to its structure, right? So, and like he's saying, just to make those mock too, I can see that all day, right? Just thinking about it now. And you add some of that dolce to it or the kelp or some kombu to help round out that flavor, man. Bro,
I got another one for you too. I don't know if do you eat quinoa?
Come on now, that's the staple. That's the most staple. That's the black man, starter kit.
So
when we get on it, but quinoa is like superb. Like my son is 7, he's 100% vegan, right? From birth.
Uh-huh.
And of course, like most people, we get pushback. Like, why would you do that to the child? And the child missing this and this and that. It's a dance. You got to know where to go, what the source, what substitute it, right? So his biggest staple is what? Of course, it's quinoa, right? Mm. That's his staple base. From other people, it's gonna be what? White rice. Notice that, right? Right? But that quinoa is like superb. But yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom, but yeah, we loaded up.
I was just giving you some more because I'm really deep in the kitchen, and me and my mom, we always, making up little things. My brother, he's also, so we always trying to, invent some things that we can actually taste good and also be alkaline at the same time. So we put ginger in our quinoa when we cook it.
Natural estrogen, astringent, I should say, in itself, in terms of ginger, just to
when I say that it gives so much flavor to the quinoa, like you would not believe.
It's a vibrancy, yeah, like a citrus spritz, like a lemon, like how people take lemon to certain things. That's a natural, healthier value to put on it, you know.
And I put a little lime. Sometimes I put a little spritz of key lime in there too.
Yep, I about to say you got to have that lime, because that's that next value to it,
and
right?
And when I say it changed the whole complexity of that quinoa, you don't have to put no salt, no nothing on it, no nothing. It has a lot of flavor. Just
I believe it. It has that earthy taste to it as it is, right? And that's the difference between foods that need fillers or enhancements as opposed to more natural foods, right? That are more robust and flavored naturally, right? Like it's make no mistake, when you eat like a chickpea, it has everything it needs naturally, but before you have to add salt to it, it already has that kind of umami taste, right? And it's earthy taste by itself without you having to add all the other stuff to it. It's the same way like when people eat like olives, right? Olives already come with a level of what? Sodium attached to its what? Right? To its taste, right? It got that natural little kind of salty taste to it. You know what I'm saying? Or earthy taste, right? And you don't have to even really add a lot to it, like or brine it and soak it in a salt solution or whatever, or vinegar alone, right? It just naturally has that kind of little value. And then to those things like that, when we speak about like mushrooms, of course, the whole idea with that, that's still debatable because some people like, yeah, right. But it's a fungi, but fungi been around since time immemorial. This planet is, controlled by the fungi kingdom, right? The whole idea of what the psilocybin now, what is that all about? That's just that, right? That's that aspect of the plant domain that serves a purpose that also has a nutrient value in itself too, right? So that's the great substitute value for a lot of people who are coming off that, right? There's different ways they can eat, through that lane too, and still get, good nutrient value. So of course, one of the biggest nutrients come off the back of the mushroom is what? Copper, right? Which is important, right? Man, to my metals in our diet, right? Definitely need, your base metals too, iron, stuff like that, right? Silver, of course, definitely that's something that you ain't, not new to now. Sister Monica, now you taking that colloidal silver now. Thank you. I remember you mentioned that. I love that, man. Man, you talking about, right? Pop that stuff anytime you feel any kind of weird. Take you a good, cup tablespoon of that colloidal silver, man, right in there, right, straight in there. So man, so many different, man. I'd be here for hours, guys. Don't y'all get me started. But yeah, we could definitely do a build on this again, my brother, and everybody else that want to be a part of it. It's just another extension of what we're trying to share of health and wealth, right? That's just always been my initiative since day one. And I think Garfield, I mean, he'll tell you, right? I first approached him, that's how I approach him. Like, hey, bro, I'm in the health and wealth, right? This is my little lane. And I literally made it was a habit, a passion, that was habitual for this value that I was trying to spread it. So at that time, like I said, you were saying you was in Philly, I was in that area at that time. It was actually up near Elkton, Maryland area, not too far from Bel Air, a little north of Baltimore at that point. We were stationed at Aberdeen Proving Ground. So I used to be all up in pretty much all of Delaware, because Delaware ain't but that small. I used to be all up in Philly, Camden, man, anyway, even parts in New York, that whole area, Amish country, Pennsylvania, man, I used to be all up in them little areas. And sharing just that health and wealth, right? And so that was it, man. So I used to do a lot of the smoothies, the sea moss. I used to be a big purveyor of. I still do to this day, of course, but not as big then. But the soursop, I used to do the soursop tinctures. Man, they used to love them soursop tinctures. That's something I would definitely love to share with you, Sister Monica. If I ever, when we do meet.
Oh, I need some
soursop tinctures. That thing is the bomb. I had this one lady, like this one married couple, they was addicted to it. Like,
how can I get that?
Like he'll go up on business, like he was like, I think like a general manager at one of the little dealership, and his wife, she had a nice little permanent job, in Newark, Delaware, and so they'd be going bench trip. As soon as they get back, they come like order like a ton, like how they order from you and David, like in the boat. I used to have to make like them big old high seas jugs and boat of that sea moss stuff. And they just buy them boat and they're freezing, right? They be gone for whatever, you know, on their little business trip. That stuff was addictive, but it was super healthy. They needed that. Right? The cleanse value within the alone what soursop does is like super, super good for the body.
And I love some soursop and somebody. I've never had any, but I hear really good
100%
things.
natural, right? No cane sugar. It just had that natural sweetness to it. And if you want to round it out a little bit, you know, you can add either date sugar, coconut sugar, or agave. Of course, you know, we didn't use, you know, cane sugar. But mix it with a little coconut, you know, natural, you know, good coconut water too if you want to, man. To round it out, oh, bro, that's the. I used to add, you know, whatever, you get it. But man, super, 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 super good, right? We talking about natural electrolytes, natural, you know, minerals that, you know, of course, are really good for hydration. Balance out some of the salt content that you lose when you out there sweating. Right. So I had like a few athletes. I'll just leave on this note here. Like I had a few different clients that were, you know, I guess if you will, that were, you know, kind of up to beat past. I had athletes from the University of Maryland football team. I had some that was on the Delaware football team. I had, matter of fact, fun fact. I don't know if y'all knew the comedian Michael Blackson, right? Crazy African Michael Blackson.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to, yeah. I used to sell to her. He used to go to the same car wash I did in Newark. True story. A car wash by the name of a dude named Shorty. And I used to go get my cars washed a lot. He'd be there and I just, you know, we made it, you know, whatever. I got pictures with him and all that stuff. And I began to sell him certain stuff like that. You know, weird, truth be told. I show up at the car wash. I have my little cooler with my little sea moss smoothie and salsa, little tincture drink, and them jug will be right there. You're like, yeah, man, let me get the whole cooler today. He done that to me twice, right? They bought my whole cooler out, right? And then share it with some of the people and take the rest with him. But true story, fun fact, 100% legit. And but yeah, you know, a little stuff, man. People, you know, everybody different, everybody's a small world, but health is, again, like I said, it is really cool. Right, it's one of those things that's just really awesome, and you know, again, you know, y'all know who some of the giants out there to put in that work. That's why I said I'm not gonna let people just kick dirt over Dr. Seba's name. I don't care. You know, they can say what they want to say. The same way with Dr. Layla Africa. You're not just gonna kick dirt on the people's names, right? You're not gonna, and we still got a living one now, but Queen of Full, right? You're not gonna kick dirt on Queen of Full name on that level, right?
You can have about Dr. Aris Latham, brother.
Yeah, yep. It's likewise, right? And there's a lot of them in there, right? Like I said, in this terms that because I heard you speak about raw food, because one of my, you know, biggest, in my opinion, one of the really good greats, and even in Atlanta, is our sister Cecilia. I don't know if you know her or not, right? Cecilia's, she actually has a raw restaurant, a raw bar restaurant.
I know what you're talking about.
Off Ralph Abernathy down there near the Black Shrine of Madonna, right? One of the best premier vegan restaurants, raw bar vegan restaurants, literally in Atlanta is Cecilia, right? But she has the type of clients that, you know, you're not gonna know about unless you in her lane, right? So she deal with all them, you know, high level celebrities in Atlanta. They go to Cecilia, right? Now, you know, Slutty Vegan getting a lot of press right now. Of course, you know, shout out to, you know, what she's doing. But Cecilia, she would be like the equivalency of, like, I don't know, she even a little bit more deeper than Queen of Full Course, you know. But still, you know, she about that life. So yeah, if you're ever in Atlanta, go look her up. It's called Tassili's, Tassili, whatever, right? S. But she got this black eyed pea hummus wrap or them killed, man. Let me stop. All right, look at
he get hungry already. Look.
Let me get out of here, man. Y'all have a good evening.
Got me.
Talking about grand clothes. Let me get on out of here, bro.
Don't make me hungry.
I know that's right.
Peace,
but I would love to be with you in the future, man. Just let us know. We'll let you. Yeah, we'll let Sister Monica, you set it up. You know, whenever you're ready, maybe we can get, like I said, maybe we can get our Sister Bashonda on finally, right? Get her in here. You know, that woman now is a full-fledged, 100% pro bodybuilder, man. So, man, look, happy for
like her. I said, this is my purpose now. You know, I didn't survive 3 heart attacks, you know, quadruple bypass surgery, and 2 cardiac arrests for me to just sit here on my laurels. So, you know, being like you said, it's a lifestyle for me for the last 10 years. My journey has been, you know, And it has its ups and its downs. No, I have never went back to meat, but eating a lot of cooked food and eating even a lot of Dr. Sebi's food at the end of the day, you can still eat too much. And that's the key that we have to get to is not eating
balance
as much as we normally eat, and getting back to the essence of, the original size of our stomachs. I got a little exercise for, if we all put up our fists right now, that's the size of our stomachs. So, at any given time, we're putting a whole bunch more food in that cavity at any one time, or at least 3 or 4 times a day. So when you expand that stomach so big, this is the reason why you have to put so much food in your system every day to maintain the size of your stomach, because you inflated it so much. But if you train yourself and you train your stomach to go back down to its original size, you won't require that much food in a given day.
And man, I heard about that too. That's true. That's crazy.
That's science. Yeah. Yep.
You have to look into that.
Yeah, and he's on point, in that regard. Again, that's just the extent of how, like I said, we've just become tolerant, but didn't necessarily make it healthy. Your body has learned to tolerate a lot of stuff. Does not
make it simple, healthy. Brother. That's it. Keep it simple.
It is very simple, right? I agree. That's it. So yeah.
We'll y'all, man. I heart y'all. Give thanks.
Yeah, likewise. On Ubuntu, as I like to say, I am because we are, man. We at this thing together, man. It's a good nexus at this point for us to all be interchanging at the same time and place to discuss certain things. Again, I know it's not for everybody, and that's fine, because one thing we don't do, which I love about us, we don't browbeat people into things that we may have different affinities for. We're so open source with who we are, and it's fine, right? We're just trying to add value to anybody that has, a moment they want to listen to hear wherever they can. Yeah, but it's all about not being intrusive. It's about trying to be more inclusive. That's my whole reality in this. And I will always try to add value as opposed to try to take away, from anybody. Right. So I stand on that. All right. So I'm excited to be in this case, amongst my peers in this and you guys. So again, Ubuntu to that.
Good thing.
Peace, power, and profit, you guys. Y'all have a good night.
Man.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, peace, everybody. Thank you, everybody.